Part 1 Montesquieu, Politics and History. To apply the ideas of the present time to distant ages, is the most fruitful source of error. To those people who want to modernize all the ancient ages, I shall say what the Egyptian priests said to Solon: "O Athenians, you are mere children." The Spirit OFLAM, XXX, 14. Montesquieu made a c. Mme. The stale France had lost her claims to nobility. Montesquieu gave her them back. Voltaire. Forward. I make no claim to say anything new about Montesquieu. Anything that seems to be new is no more than a reflection on a well-known text or on a pre-existing reflection. I simply hope that I have given a more living portrait of a figure familiar to us in marble or bronze. I am not thinking so much of the inner life of the Seigneur de la Brede, which was so secret that it is still debated whether he was ever a believer, whether he loved his wife as she loved him, whether past the age of 35 he experienced the passions of a 20-year-old. Nor so much the everyday life of the President de Parlement tired of Parliament, of the lord absorbed by his lands, of the vineyardist attentive to his wines and his sales. Others have written of this, and they should be read. I am thinking of a different life, one which time has cloaked in its shadow, and commentaries with their luster. This life is, first, that of a thinker whose enthusiasm in legal and political matters never waned to the end, and who spoiled his sight by too much reading, hurrying to win the only race with death that really concerned him, his completed work. But let there be no misunderstanding. It is not the curiosity of his object, but his intelligence, which is all Montesquieu. His only wish was to understand. We have several images of him which betray this effort and his pride in it. He only delved into the infinite mass of documents and texts, the immense heritage of histories, chronicles, miscellanies and compilations, in order to grasp their logic and disengage their grounds. He wanted to seize the thread of this skein which centuries had tangled, to seize this thread and pull it 14 to him so that the whole followed. The whole did follow. At other times he felt himself lost in this gigantic universe of minute data as if in a boundless sea. He wanted this sea to have shores, he wanted to give it them and reach them. He reached them. No one went before him in this adventure. It is as if this man, who was enough in love with ships to discuss the design of their hulls, the height of their masts and their speeds, who devoted enough interest to the first periply to follow the Carthaginians down the coasts of Africa and the Spaniards to India, felt some affinity with all sea rovers. Not in vain does he invoke the sea when he finds himself in the wide open spaces of his subject. The last sentence of his book celebrates the longed-for approach to land. It is true that he set out for the unknown. But for this navigator, too, the unknown was simply a new land. That is why Montesquieu reveals something of the profound joy of a man who discovers. He knows it. He knows he is bringing new ideas, that he is offering a work without precedent, and if his last words are a salute to the land finally conquered, his first is to warn that he set out alone and had no teachers. Nor did his thought have a mother. he notes that he really must use a new language because he is speaking new truths. Even his turns of phrase betray the pride of an author who illuminates the ordinary words he has inherited with the new meanings he has discovered. In that moment when he is almost surprised to see its birth and is seized by it, and in the 30 years of labor which constituted his career, he is well aware that his thought opens up a new world. We have got used to this discovery. And when we celebrate its greatness, we cannot but let Montesquieu be already fixed in the necessity of our culture, as a star is in the sky, perceiving only with difficulty the audacity and enthusiasm he must have had to open to us this sky in which we have inscribed him. But I am also thinking of another life. Of the life too often masked by the very same discoveries that we owe to him. Of his preferences, his aversions, in short, of Montesquieu's parti pris in the struggles of his age. A too-suiting tradition would like Montesquieu to have cast on the world the gaze of a man without /J interest or party. Did he not himself say that he was a historian precisely because he was detached from every faction, shielded from power and all its temptations, free of everything by a miraculous chance? Capable precisely of understanding because free of everything? Let us do him the duty, which is the duty of every historian, of taking him not at his word, but at his work. It has seemed to me that this image is a myth, and I hope to show it. But in showing it I should not like anyone to believe that Montesquieu's enthusiastic parti pris in the political struggles of his time ever reduced his work to a mere commentary on his wishes. Others before him set out for the East, and discovered Indies for us in the West. Chapter 1 A Revolution in Method. It is a received truth that Montesquieu is the founder of political science. Auguste Comte said it, Durkheim repeated it, and no one has seriously disputed their judgment. But perhaps we should step back a little in order to distinguish him from his ancestors, and to see clearly into what it is that thus distinguishes him. For even Plato stated that politics is the object of a science, and we have his Republic, Politics and Laws to prove it. All of the thought of antiquity lived in the conviction, not that a science of politics was possible, which is a critical conviction, but that one could go ahead with it straight away. And the moderns themselves took up this thesis, as is clear from Bodin, Hobbes, Spinoza and Grotius. Of course, the ancients should be criticized not for their claim to reflect on the political, but for their illusory belief that they had produced a science of it. For their idea of science was borrowed from their own knowledges. And as the latter, with the exception of certain areas of mathematics, not unified before Euclid, were no more than immediate glimpses or their philosophy projected into things, they were complete strangers to our idea of science, having no examples of it. But the moderns. How could the mind of a Bodin, of a Machiavelli, of a Hobbes or of a Spinoza, the contemporaries of the already rigorous disciplines triumphing in mathematics and physics, have remained blind to the model of scientific knowledge that we have inherited? And in fact from the 16th century on we can see the birth and growth in a joint movement of a first, mathematical physics, and of the demand for a second, soon to be called moral or political physics, which aimed for the rigor of the first. For the I-8 opposition between the sciences of nature and the sciences of man was not yet in season. the most metaphysical exiled into God this science of politics or history, which seemed to be the conjunction of the chances of fortune and the decrees of human freedom, Leibniz, for example. But all that is ever handed over to God is the errors of man, and Leibniz entrusted to God the human idea of a science of man. As for the positives, the moralists, the philosophers of law, the politicals, and Spinoza himself, they did not doubt for a moment that it was possible to treat human relations like physical relations. Hobbes only saw one difference between mathematics and the social sciences: the former unites men, the latter divide them. But that is only because in the former the truth and man's interests are not opposed, whereas in the latter whenever reason goes against man, man is opposed to reason. Spinoza, too, intended that human relations should be treated in the same way as natural things, and by the same roots. For example, take the pages that introduce the political treatise. Spinoza denounces the pure philosophers who, as the Aristotelians do with nature, project into politics the imaginary of their concepts or ideals, and he proposes to replace their dreams with the real science of history. How then can we claim that Montesquieu opened routes which we find completely mapped out well before him? In fact, if he seems to follow known routes, he is not going to the same objects. Helvetius says of Montesquieu that he has Montaigne's cast of mind. He has the same curiosity and takes the same matter for reflection. Like Montaigne and all his disciples, collectors of examples and facts hunted out from every place and time, he takes as his object the entire history of all the men who have ever lived. And this idea did not come to him altogether by chance. We must imagine the double revolution that shook the world at the turn of the 15th and 16th centuries. A revolution in its space. A revolution in its structure. It is the age of the discovery of the earth, of the great explorations opening up to Europe the knowledge and the exploitation of the Indies east and west and of Africa. Travelers brought back in Montesquieu, politics and history their coffers spices and gold, and in their memories the tale of customs and institutions which overthrew all the received truths. But this scandal would have had the impact of a mere curiosity had it not been for the fact that in the very heart of the countries which were thus sending forth their ships for the conquest of the new lands, other events too, were shaking the foundations of these convictions. Civil wars, the religious revolution of the Reformation, wars of religion, the transformation of the traditional structure of the state, the rise of the commoners, the humbling of the great, these upheavals, whose echo can be heard in all the works of the period, gave the material of the scandalous tales brought back from across the seas the contagious dignity of facts real and full of meaning. What had previously been themes for compilation, extravaganzas to appease the passions of the erudite, became a kind of mirror for the contemporary unease and the fantastic echo of this world in crisis. This is the basis for the political exoticism, known history itself, Greece and Rome, becoming the other world in which the present world seeks its own image, which has dominated thought since the 16th century. Such is Montesquieu's object too. As he says, the objects of this work are the laws, the various customs, and manners, of all the nations on earth. It may be said, that the subject is of prodigious extent, as it comprehends all the institutions received among mankind. 1. It is precisely this object that distinguishes him from all the writers who, before him, had hoped to make politics a science. For never before him had anyone had the daring to reflect on all the customs and laws of all the nations of the world. Bossuet's history does claim to be universal, but all its universality consists of is the statement that the Bible says everything, all of history being in it, as an oak is in its acorn. As for theoreticians like Hobbes, Spinoza or Grotius, they propose the idea of a science of history rather than working it out. They reflect not on the totality of concrete facts but either on some of them, Spinoza on the Jewish state and its ideology in the eye. A defense of the spirit of laws, Part E, the general idea 20 theologico-political treatise, or on society in general, Hobbes in De Civ and Leviathan, Spinoza himself in the political treatise. They do not produce a theory of real history, but a theory of the essence of society. They do not explain any particular society, nor any concrete historical period, nor a fortiori all societies and all history. They analyze the essence of society and provide an ideal and abstract model of it. We might say that their science is as far from Montesquieu's as the speculative physics of a Descartes is from the experimental physics of a Newton. The one directly attains in simple natures or essences the a priori truth of all possible physical facts, the other starts from the facts, observing their variations in order to disengage their laws. This difference in objects then governs a revolution in method. If Montesquieu was not the first to conceive of the idea of a social physics, he was the first to attempt to give it the spirit of the new physics, to set out not from essences but from facts, and from these facts to disengage their laws. Hence it is clear both what unites Montesquieu with the theoreticians who preceded him and what distinguishes him from them. He has in common with them the same project, to erect a political science. But he does not have the same object, proposing to produce the science not of society in general but of all the concrete societies in history. And for this reason he does not have the same method, aiming not to grasp essences, but to discover laws. This unity in project and difference in object and method make Montesquieu both the man who gave his predecessors' scientific exigencies the most rigorous form, and the most determined opponent of their abstraction. The project of constituting a science of politics and history presupposes first of all that politics and history can be the object of a science, that is that they contain a necessity which the science can hope to discover. It is therefore necessary to overthrow the skeptical idea that the history of humanity is no more than the history of its errors and divagations. That a single principle can unite the prodigious and daunting diversity of manners and morals, man's weakness. That a single reason can illuminate that Montesquieu, Politics and History 21 infinite disorder, man's very unreason. It is necessary to say, I have first of all considered mankind. And the result of my thoughts has been, that, amidst such an infinite diversity of laws and manners, they were not solely conducted by the caprice of fancy, sl. Preface, but by a deeper reason, which, if not always reasonable, is at least always rational. By a necessity whose empire is so strict that it embraces not only bizarre institutions, which last, but even the accident that produces victory or defeat in a battle and is contained in a momentary encounter to this rational necessity rejects, along with the skepticism which is its pretext, all the temptations of Pascal's apologetics, espying in human unreason the admission of a divine reason, and all recourse to principles which surpass man in man, like religion, or assign him ends, like morality. In order to begin to be scientific, the necessity which governs history must stop borrowing its reasons from any order transcending history. It must therefore clear from the way of science the pretensions of a theology and a morality which would like to dictate it their own laws. It is not for theology to pronounce on the truth of the facts of politics. An old argument. But it is hard to imagine today the weight of ecclesiastical decree on history. It is enough to read Bossuet's campaign against Spinoza, guilty of having outlined a history of the Jewish nation and the Bible, or against Richard Simon, who had the same project inside the church itself, to see the conflict between theology and history, and its violence. This conflict occupies the whole of the defense of the spirit of Lamb. Montesquieu was accused of atheism, of deism, of not having mentioned original sin, of having condoned polygamy, etc. In short, of having reduced laws to purely human causes. Montesquieu replies, to introduce theology into history is to confuse orders and mix up sciences, which is the surest way to keep them in their childhood. No, his aim is not to play the theologian. He is not a theologian but a jurist and a politician. That all the objects of political science may have a religious meaning too, that too. SL, X, 13, The Battle of Pultowa. Considerations on the causes of the grandeur and declension of the Roman Empire, ch. XVM. 22. Celibacy, polygamy and usury can be decided on theologically, he would agree. But all these facts derive also and first from an order foreign to theology, from an autonomous order which has its own principles. Let them therefore leave him in peace. He does not forbid anyone to judge as a theologian. Let them therefore grant him in exchange the right to judge as a politician. And let them not go seek theology in his politics. There is no more theology in his politics than there is a steeple in the telescope through which the curate was shown the moon. 3. Thus religion cannot stand in for science in history. Nor can morality. Montesquieu takes the utmost care at the outset to warn against understanding morality when he says politics. The same for virtue. T.T. is not a moral, nor a Christian, but a political virtue, SL, advertisement. And if he returns a dozen times to this warning, it is because here he runs up against the communist prejudice, in all countries morality is requisite, Ibid. Hobbes and Spinoza said the same thing. All the duties in the world do not constitute the beginning of a single knowledge. In his morality, which wants to make the man he is the man he is not, man only too obviously admits that the laws that govern him are not moral. Hence a determination to reject morality is essential if these laws are to be penetrated. Human and Christian virtues are held up against Montesquieu when he attempts to understand the scandalous usages of the Chinese and the Turks. It is not usual to crowd these questions into books of natural philosophy, politics and civil law. For here too, distinct orders must be distinguished. All political are not moral vices, and all moral are not political vices. SL, X6, E. Each order having its own laws, it only lays claim to laws of its own. He replies to the theologians and moralists that he only wants to speak humanely of the human order of things, and politically of the political order. He defends his most profound conviction, that a science of politics can never be founded except on its own object, on the radical autonomy of the political as such. 3. A defense of the SL, Part 1, 11, answer to the 9th objection. 4. A defense of the SL, Part 11, on climate. Montesquieu, Politics and History 23. But the cause is not yet understood. For it is not enough to distinguish the sciences and their orders. In life the orders overlap one another. True religion, true morality, supposing that they are excluded from the political order as explanatory principles, do nonetheless belong to that order by the conduct and scruples they inspire. Here the conflict becomes an acute one. For it is easy to render morality unto morality and to judge only as a pure politician. That is all right when one is writing about the horrifying morality of the Japanese or the terrifying religion of the Turks. All the theologians in the world will leave them to you. But when by chance one encounters the true morality and the true religion, can one treat them too, humanely, as purely human things? Show that the Christian religion and morality, like those of the pagans, can be explained by the political regime, 2 degrees of latitude, an over-harsh sky, the manners and morals of merchants and fishermen? Is it permissible to pretend that it is the difference in climate that has preserved Catholicism in the south of Europe and spread Protestantism in the north? Can one thus authorize a political sociology of religion and morality? The contagion of this evil imposes a return to its source, and the theologians are seen to be the victims of the fate accorded to Mohammed or the Chinese. For it is all right for false religions to be no more than human, and to fall beneath the profane empire of a science, but how can this empire be prevented from gaining the true religion? Hence the theologian who quickly scents the heresy in an overhuman theory of false religions. And Montesquieu who struggles and defends himself in the terribly narrow margins separating his convictions as a believer, or his dishonest precautions, from his exigencies as a scientist. For there is no doubt but that, on many occasions, Montesquieu expounds in his examples the complete argument of a true sociological theory of religious and moral beliefs. Religion and morality, which he correctly refuses the right to judge history, are no more than elements internal to given societies which govern their forms and their nature. The same principle that explains a given society also explains its beliefs. What, then, is left of the distinction of 2 foreorders? The distinction, if it is to be maintained, and it has to be, traverses, then, the order of religion and morality itself. Religion can be said to be understood in its human meaning and role, which can fall within a sociology, or in its religious meaning, which falls outside any sociology. That is how Montesquieu retreats, in order to avoid jumping. Hence the accusation of atheism, and the weakness of his defense. For if he gave his answers vigor, he could not give his arguments power. Someone tries to convict him of atheism. His only argument: would an atheist write that this world, which goes on its way and follows its laws alone, was created by an intelligence? Someone argues that his position amounts to Spinozism and natural religion. His only reply: natural religion is not atheism, and anyway, I do not profess natural religion. All these defensive stands could not deceive his opponents or allies. Besides, the best defense he presents of religion, the encomium he openly makes to it in the second part of the Spirit of Lamb, is as much that of a cynic as that of a believer. Take the polemic against Bayle. Bayle argued that religion is contrary to society. That is the meaning of the paradox about the atheists. Montesquieu counters that it is indispensable and profitable to society. But by doing so he remains within Bayle's principle, the social function, the social and political utility of religion. All his admiration amounts to is to show that the Christian religion, which lays claim only to heaven, is very well suited to the earth. But all the politicals used this language, and Machiavelli first of all. In this completely human language, faith does not find its birthright. Quite different arguments are required to win over a theologian. However, these two principles preliminary to any political science, that it is impermissible to judge history by religious or moral criteria, that on the contrary it is essential to rank religion and morality among the facts of history and subordinate them to the same science, do not radically distinguish Montesquieu from his predecessors. When all is said and done, Hobbes and Spinoza spoke the same language, and were treated as atheists in the Montesquieu, Politics and History 25 same way. Montesquieu is unique precisely in taking the opposite position to these theoreticians, although he was their heir, and opposing on one decisive point the theories of natural law of which they were for the most part the proponents. Let me specify this point. In his book on political theory, Vaughan shows that all the political theorists of the 17th and 18th centuries were, with the exception of Vico and Montesquieu, theoreticians of the social contract. 8. What does this exception mean? In order to decide, we must make a rapid survey of the theory of natural law and of the social contract. What unites the philosophers of natural law and of the social contract is the fact that they pose the same problem: what is the origin of society? And solve it by the same means, the state of nature and the social contract. It may seem very strange today to pose such a problem of origins and to wonder how men, whose physical existence, even, always presupposes a minimum of social existence, could have moved from a zero state of society to organized social relations, and how they cross this primordial and radical threshold. And yet it was the dominant problem of political reflection of the period, and if its form is strange, its logic is profound. To show the radical origin of society, we are reminded of Leibniz, wanting to pierce the radical origin of things. Men must be taken before society, in the emergent state. Rising from the earth like pumpkins, said Hobbes. Naked, said Rousseau. Stripped not only of all the instruments of art, but above all of all human bonds. And they must be grasped in a state which is a negation of society. This emergent state is the state of nature. Certainly, the various writers give this primordial state different characteristics. Hobbes and Spinoza see in it the reign of the state of war, the strong triumphant over the weak. Locke claims that the men there live in peace. Rousseau, in an absolute solitude. The different features of the state of nature sometimes suggest the reasons why man will have to leave it, at others the springs of the future social state and the ideal of human five. C. Vaughan, Studies in the History of Political Philosophy, Vol. pages 253 ff. 20. Relations. Paradoxically, this state, ignorant of all society, contains and illustrates in advance the ideal of a society to be created. It is the end of history that is inscribed in its origin. Thus the freedom of the individual in Hobbes, Spinoza and Locke. Similarly, the equality and independence of man in Rousseau. But all these writers have in common the same concept and the same problem. The state of nature is no more than the origin of a society whose genesis they want to describe. It is the social contract that ensures the transition from the negation of society to the existing society. Here again it may seem strange to imagine the establishment of a society as the effect of a general convention, as if every convention did not already presuppose an established society. But we must accept this problematic since it was held to be a necessary one, and the only ask vphat this contract means, this contract which is not a mere legal artifice but the expression of a very profound rationale. To say that the society of man emerges from a contract is indeed to declare truly human and artificial the origin of all human institutions. It is to say that society is the effect neither of a divine institution nor of a natural order. It is therefore above all to reject an old idea of the foundation of the social order and to propose a new one. It is clear what opponents are implied by the theory of the contract. Not only the theoreticians of the divine origin of all society, who may serve many causes though most often that of the established order, but particularly the proponents of the natural, and not artificial, character of society, those who believe human relations to be planned in advance in a nature which is no more than the projection of the existing social order, in a nature in which men are inscribed in advance in orders and estates. To say what is at stake in a word, the theory of the social contract in general overthrows the conviction peculiar to the feudal order, the belief in the natural inequality of men, in the necessity of orders and estates. It substitutes a contract between equals, a work of human art, for what feudal theoreticians attributed to nature and to man's natural sociability. It is therefore generally a fairly sure index of discrimination between tendencies to consider that the doctrine of natural sociability or the instinct sociability designates a theory feudal inspiration, and the doctrine of the social contract a theory of bourgeois inspiration, even when it is in the service of absolute monarchy, in Hobbes for example. Indeed, the Ideatainen are the authors of their society in a primordial pact, which is sometimes duplicated into a pact of civil association and a pact of political domination, is thus a revolutionary idea, echoing in pure theory the social and political conflicts of a world in Genesis. This idea is both a protest against the old order and the program for a new order. It deprives the established social order and all the political problems then in dispute of any recourse to nature, at least to that inegalitarian nature, denounces a fraud in it and bases the institutions its authors defend, including absolute monarchy in struggle against the feudal lords, on human convention. It thus gives men the power to reject the old institutions, to set up new ones and if need be to revoke or reform them by a new convention. In this theory of the state of nature and of the social contract, apparently pure speculation, we can see a social and political order that is falling, ANCF men founding on ingenious principles the new order they hope to defend or erect. But these features of polemic and petition so characteristic of the theory of natural law explain precisely its abstraction and idealism. I said above that these theoreticians were restricted to the model of a Cartesian physics which knew only ideal essences. And those who would like to judge Montesquieu by comparing him with Descartes, as has been done, Six or Newton, reduce him to an immediate but abstract appearance. This model of physics is only an epistemological model here, its true arguments are partly external to it. If the theoreticians I am discussing do not take Montesquieu's object, to understand the infinite diversity of human institutions in all times and places, it is not simply because of the mere aberration of a method inspired by the Cartesian model of science, but also for motives of quite another. 6. Gustave Lanson, L'influence de la philosophie cartésienne sur la littérature française, Revue de métaphysique et de morale, Année 4, 1896, pages 517-50. Especially pages 540-6. Montesquieu, Politics and History 27-28 Import. They did not have the idea of explaining the institutions of all the peoples of the world, but of combating an already established order or of justifying an order which was nascent or about to be born. They did not want to understand all the facts but to found, to propose and justify, a new order. That is why it would be aberrant to look in Hobbes or Spinoza for a real history of the fall of Rome or of the emergence of feudal law. They were not concerned with the facts. Rousseau was to say openly that it is essential to start by laying facts aside. 7 They were only concerned with rights, that is, with what ought to be. The facts were for them only the matter for the exercise of this right, and in some sense the mere occasion and reflection of its existence. But here they remained in what must really be called a polemical and ideological posture. They made the side they took the very reason of history. And their principles, which they presented as science, were no more than values committed in the struggles of their time, values which they had chosen. I do not say that all was in vain in this gigantic undertaking, its effects can be demonstrated, and they are considerable. But it is clear how far Montesquieu's proposals distance him from these perspectives, and in this distance his arguments are more clearly distinguishable. They are twofold, political and methodological, both tightly linked. Let us reflect, then, on the absence of any social contract in Montesquieu. There is indeed a state of nature of which Book I of the Spirit of Laws gives us a very rapid glimpse, but no social contract. On the contrary, "T have never heard anybody talk of the law of nations," says Montesquieu in the 94th Persian letter, but he carefully begun with inquiring into the origin of society, which appears ridiculous to me. If men did not form themselves into societies, if they avoided and fled from each other, it would be right to ask the reason, and to inquire why they kept themselves separate. But they are born united to one another. A son is born near his father, and there he continues. Here is society and the cause of it. This says every 7. Discourse on the origin of inequality among men, in the Social Contract and Discourses, translated by G.D.H. Cole, pages 161. Montesquieu, Politics and History 2 Graham's Thing. A condemnation of the problem of origins as absurd. Society always precedes itself. The only problem, if there must be one, though it is one never encountered, would be why there were some men without society. No contract. To explain society, a man and his son are all that is required. It is thus hardly surprising to find, in the rapid review of the state of nature in Book I, that a certain fourth law stands in for this absent contract, the instinct of sociability. Here is a first indication pointing the way to a judgment of Montesquieu as an opponent of the theory of natural law for reasons related to a party P of the feudal type. All the political theory of the spirit of laws will reinforce this conviction. But this conscious rejection of the problem and of the concepts of the theory of natural law leads to a second indication, no longer of politics, but of method. Here undoubtedly stands revealed Montesquieu's radical novelty. Rejecting the theory of natural law and the contract, Montesquieu at the same time rejects the philosophical implications of its problematic, above all the idealism of its procedures. He is, at least in his deliberate consciousness, poles apart from judging the fact by the right and proposing in the guise of an ideal genesis an end for human societies. He only knows facts. If he refuses to judge what is by what ought to be, it is because he does not draw his principles from his prejudices, but from the nature of things. S.L. Preface. Prejudices, the idea that religion and morality can judge history. This prejudice was in principle in harmony with certain of the proponents of natural law. But also a prejudice, the idea that the abstraction of a political ideal, even dressed up in the principles of science, can stand in for history. In this Montesquieu broke absolutely with the theoreticians of natural law. Rousseau made no mistake about it: the science of politics is and probably always will be unknown. In modern times the only man who could have created this vast and useless science was the illustrious Montesquieu. But he was not concerned with the principles of political law. He was content to deal with the positive laws of settled governments. And nothing could be more different than these two branches of study. Yet he who would judge wisely in matters of actual government is forced to combine the two. He must know what ought to be in order to judge what is. 8. The Montesquieu who refuses precisely to judge what is by what ought to be, who only wants to give the real necessity of history the form of its law, by drawing this law from the diversity of the facts and their variations, this man is indeed alone in facing his task. 8. A meal, translated by B. Foxley, v. pages 421-2. Chapter 2 A New Theory of Law A refusal to subordinate the material of political facts to religious and moral principles, a refusal to subordinate it to the abstract concepts of the theory of natural law, which are nothing but disguised value judgments. That is what clears away the prejudices and opens the royal road of science. That is what introduces Montesquieu's great theoretical revolutions. The most famous of these is contained in 2 lines defining laws. Laws are the necessary relations arising from the nature of things. S.L.I. The theologian of the defense, who is not so naive as Montesquieu would have us think, cannot believe his eyes. The law's relations, what can he mean by this? The author has not, however, deviated from the ordinary definition of laws without design. 1. He was right. Montesquieu's intention, whatever he may have said, was certainly to change something in the received definition. The long history of the concept of law is well known. Its modern meaning, the sense of scientific law, only emerged in the works of the physicists and philosophers of the 16th and 17th centuries. And even then it still carried with it the traits of its past. Before taking the new sense of a constant relation between phenomenal variables, that is before relating to the practice of the modern experimental sciences, law belonged to the world of religion, morality and politics. It was, in its meaning, steeped in exigencies arising from human relations. Law thus presupposed human beings, or beings in the image of man, even if they surpassed it. The law was a commandment. It thus needed a will to I. A defense of the SL, Part I, Objection I. 32 Order and wills to obey. A legislator and subjects. The law possessed thereby the structure of conscious human action. It had an end, it designated a target, at the same time as it required its attainment. For the subjects who lived within the law it offered the ambiguity of constraint and ideal. It is this meaning and its resonances that can be seen exclusively to dominate medieval thought, from St. Augustine to St. Thomas. Law having only one structure, divine law, natural laws and positive, human, laws could be discussed in the same sense. Every case exhibited the same form of commandment and end. Divine law dominated all laws. God had given his orders to nature as a whole and to man, and by doing so had fixed their ends. The other laws were no more than the echo of this primordial commandment, repeated more and more faintly throughout the universe, the communion of angels, human societies, nature. As we know, it is a fault of those who give orders, at least in certain institutions, to like them to be repeated. It was a long time before the idea that nature might have laws which were not orders could rid itself of this heritage. It is visible in Descartes, who still tried to reduce to a divine decree the laws he had discovered only in bodies, conservation of motion, fall, collision. With Spinoza came the awareness of a first difference, but the application of the word law to natural things seems to be metaphorical, for the ordinary meaning of law is simply a command. 2 in the 17th century, this long effort succeeded in disengaging a special domain for this new meaning of law, the domain of nature, of physics. Sheltered by the divine decree which still protected from on high the old form of law, saving the appearances, a new form of law was developing which, little by little, through Descartes and Newton, took the form stated by Montesquieu, a fixed and invariable relation between variable terms, such that each diversity is uniformity, each change is constancy, SLI. But it was hard to see how what is valid for falling or colliding bodies, and for the planets too. Theologico-Political Treatise, 4, in Benedict Spinoza, The Political Works, edited and translated by A. G. Wernham, pages 69. Montesquieu, Politics and History J.J. moving in their orbits, could be turned into a universal model. The old sense of law, which is an order and an end pronounced by a master, maintained its original position, the domain of divine law, the domain of moral, or natural, law, the domain of human laws. And one can even note something at first sight paradoxical but rational enough, that the theoreticians of natural law whom I have discussed made their concepts a contribution to the old definition of law. Doubtless they too had secularized natural law, the God who pronounced it or, having made his decision, mounted guard over it, being as useless as Descartes' God, no more than a night watchman against thieves. But they had retained from the old version its teleological structure, its character as an ideal masked by the immediate appearances of nature. For them natural law was as much a norm, devoir, as a necessity. All their demands found refuge and support in a definition of law which was still foreign to the new one. But in these two lines, Montesquieu proposes quite simply to expel the old version of the word law from the domains which it still held, and to consecrate the reign of the modern definition law as a relation, over the whole extent of beings, from God to stones. In this sense, all beings have their laws. The deity his laws, the material world its laws, the intelligences superior to man their laws, the beasts their laws, man his laws, SLI. Everything is in this sentence. At last an end has been put to all forbidden reserves. The scandal can well be imagined. No doubt God is still there to give the initial push, if not to mislead. He created the world. But he is no more than one of the terms of the relations. He is the primitive reason, but the laws put him on the same footing as beings. Laws are the relations subsisting between it, primitive reason, that is God, and different beings, and the relations of these to one another, SLI. Add to this the fact that God himself, the institutor of these laws, in creating beings sees his own primordial decree subordinated to a necessity of the same nature, and even God falls inwardly victim to the universal contagion of the law. If he did make these laws that govern the world, the ultimate reason is that they are relative to 3/4 his wisdom and power. Once God has been dealt with, the rest follows. The best way to reduce one's opponent is to bring him over to one's own side. He watched over the old domains. They have now been opened up to Montesquieu, and first of all the entire world of the existence of men in their cities and in their history. he is at last to be able to impose on them his own law. We must face up to the implications of this theoretical revolution. It presupposes that it is possible to apply a Newtonian category of law to matters of politics and history. It presupposes that it is possible to draw from human institutions themselves the wherewithal to think their diversity in a uniformity and their changes in a constancy, the law of their diversification and the law of their development. This law will no longer be an ideal order but instead a relation immanent to the phenomena. 3. It will not be given in the intuition of essences, but drawn from the facts themselves, without preconceived ideas, by investigation and comparison, by trial and error. At the moment of its discovery, it will be no more than a hypothesis, and will only become a principle once it has been verified by the utmost diversity of phenomena. Have followed my object without any fixed plan. I have known neither rules nor exceptions. I have found the truth only to lose it again. But, when I had once discovered my first principles, everything I fought for appeared. S.L. Preface. Have laid down the first principles, and have found that the particular cases apply naturally to them. That the histories of all nations are only consequences of them. Ibid. This is indeed the cycle of an empirical science in search of the law of its object, almost to the point of direct experimentation. But this theoretical revolution also presupposes that the object of scientific observation, here the civil and political laws of human societies, is not confused with the results of the investigator. A clear Newtonian resonance in Montesquieu's formulations. The author, he says of himself, is not treating of causes, nor does he compare causes, but he treats of effects, and compares effects. A defense of the S.L. Part 1, 1. The answer to objection in. Cf. also the following note on polygamy: it is not an affair of calculation, when we reason on its nature. It may be an affair of calculation, when we combine its effects. Ibid. Part 11, of Polygamy. Montesquieu, Politics and History 35. In itself, that there is no play on the word lamb. This dangerous confusion is inherent in the fact that Montesquieu, who with all objects of knowledge disengages their lambs from the facts, is here seeking to know a particular object, the positive lambs of human societies. But the laws found in Greece in the 5th century BC or in the kingdom of the first Frankish line, are obviously not laws in the first sense, scientific laws. They are juridical institutions, for which Montesquieu wants to state the scientific law of their distribution and evolution. He says this quite plainly when he distinguishes between lambs and their spirit. Do not pretend to treat of laws, but of their spirit, and this spirit consists in the various relations which the laws may have to different objects. SL 1, 3. Thus Montesquieu does not confuse the laws of his object, the spirit of laws, with his object itself, lambs. I believe that this simple distinction is indispensable if a certain misunderstanding is to be avoided. Still, in Book I, having shown that all the beings of the universe and even God are subject to laws as relations, Montesquieu envisages the differences in their modalities. In this way, he distinguishes between the laws that govern inanimate matter, and which brook not the slightest deviation, and the laws that govern beasts and men. As one rises in the scale of being, laws lose their fixity and at any rate their observation its precision. The intelligent world is far from being so well governed as the physical. Thus man, who has over other beings the privilege of knowledge, is prone to error and the passions. Hence his disobedience. As an intelligent being, he incessantly transgresses the laws established by God, and changes those of his own institution, sli. Worse still, he does not even observe those he has given himself. But it is precisely this errant being, in its history, that is the object of Montesquieu's investigations, a being whose conduct does not always obey the laws it is given, and in addition can have special laws it has made, positive laws, without for all that respecting them any more than the others. These reflections may seem in Montesquieu's case those of a moralist deploring man's weakness. I believe rather that they are those of a theoretician who is here confronting a profound ambiguity. Indeed, two different interpretations can be given of this distinction between the modalities of laws, two interpretations which represent two tendencies in Montesquieu himself. In the first, one could say, sticking firmly to the methodological principle that the laws of relation and variation that can be disengaged from human laws are distinct from those laws themselves, men's errors and deviations with respect to those laws raise no problems. The sociologist, unlike the physicist, is not dealing with an object, a body, which is obedient to a simple determinism and follows a line from which it does not deviate, but with a very special type of object, men who deviate even from the laws they give themselves. What then has to be said about men and their relation to their laws? That they change them, get round them or violate them. But none of this affects the idea that it is possible to disengage from their obedient or rebellious conduct a law that they follow without knowing it, and from their very errors, the truth of this law. To be discouraged in the search for the laws of men's conduct, one must be so simple as to take the laws they give themselves for the necessity governing them. In truth, their error, the aberrations of their humor, their violation and changing of their laws, are quite simply part of their conduct. All that is required is to disengage the laws of the violation of laws, or of their changing. And this is indeed what Montesquieu does in almost every chapter of The Spirit of Laws. Open a book on history, the Roman succession, justice in the early period of feudalism, etc. It is clear that its object consists precisely of human divagation and variation. This attitude already presupposes a very fruitful methodological principle, the refusal to take the motives of human action for its dynamic, the ends and arguments men consciously propose to themselves for the real, most often unconscious causes which make them act. Montesquieu thus appeals constantly to causes of which men are ignorant: climate, soil, manners and morals, the inner logic of a set of institutions, etc., precisely so as to explain human laws and the deviation which separates men's conduct both from primitive Montesquieu, Politics and History 37 laws, the natural laws of morality, and from positive laws. Everything goes to show that Montesquieu did not intend to state the spirit of laws, that is the law of laws, without also stating the bad human side of the spirit of laws, the law of their violation, in one and the same principle. This interpretation allows us to give a perhaps more apt sense to a theme which constantly recurs in Montesquieu, and which seems to concern the normes devoirs, governing laws, Indeed, when discussing human laws, we very often find Montesquieu appealing from existing laws to better ones. A strange paradox for a man who refuses to judge what is by what ought to be doed better, and yet falls into the trap that he himself has denounced. Montesquieu says, for example, and this clashes with all the laws deprived of that reason he describes in his book, that law in general is human reason, inasmuch as it governs all the peoples of the earth. He also says that laws ought to be adapted to the people, that they ought to be relative to the nature and principle of the government, that they ought to be relative to the physical constitution of the country, etc. The list of these oughts or norms is endless. And just when one thinks one has properly grasped the essence of his definition of the nature and principle of a government, one is astonished to read that this does not imply that, in a particular republic, they actually are, but that they ought to be, virtuous. Otherwise the government is imperfect, s.l.h.i.e. Despotism itself, to be perfect, God knows by what sort of perfection, has itself some norms to respect. The general conclusion from these texts seems to be, the theoretician of the ideal, or the legislator, has taken the place of the scientist. The latter only wanted facts. The former proposes ends. But here again the misunderstanding depends in part on a wordplay on the two laws, the laws really ordering the actions of men, the laws the scientist is investigating, and the laws ordained by men. When Montesquieu proposes norms for the laws, this is only for the laws that men provide themselves. These norms are quite simply a demand for men to narrow the distance between the laws that govern men unbeknownst to them and the laws they make and know. It is indeed an appeal to the legislator, but an appeal for him, aware of the illusions of ordinary consciousness and critical of that blind consciousness, to model himself on the enlightened consciousness of the scientist, that is on science, and to make the conscious laws he gives men conform as far as possible to the unconscious laws that govern them. Hence it is not a question of an abstract ideal, of an infinite task which concerns men because they are impotent and errant beings. It is a question of a correction of errant consciousness by well-founded science, of the unconscious consciousness by the scientific consciousness. Hence it is a question of transferring the acquisitions of science into political practice itself, correcting the errors and unconsciousness of that practice. Such is the first of the two possible interpretations, and it illuminates the immense majority of Montesquieu's examples. Thus understood, Montesquieu is indeed the conscious precursor of all modern political science, which will have none of any but a critical science, which only disengages the real laws of the conduct of men from the apparent laws they provide for themselves in order to criticize those apparent laws and modify them, thus returning to history the results obtained in the knowledge of history. This scientific distance with respect to history and this conscious return to history can, of course, if the object of the science is taken for the science itself, provide a pretext for the accusation of political idealism. Cf. Poincare, Science is in the indicative, action in the imperative. But once it is clear that the distance described as ideal between the existing state and the project of its reform is in this case simply the distance of a science from its object and from ordinary consciousness, every objection of this kind falls. In the apparent ideal that science proposes for its object, it is merely restoring to it what it had taken from it, its own distance, which is knowledge itself. But I have to admit that there is another possible interpretation of the texts I have been discussing, and one that can be sustained in Montesquieu himself. Here indeed is the way he introduces human laws into the concert of general laws, particular intelligent 38 Montesquieu, politics and history 3 grams beings may have laws of their own making. But they have some likewise which they never made. Before there were intelligent beings, they were possible. They had therefore possible relations, and consequently possible laws. Before laws were made, there were relations of possible justice. To say that there is nothing just or unjust, but what is commanded or forbidden by positive laws, is the same as saying that, before the describing of a circle, all the radii were not equal. We must therefore acknowledge relations of justice antecedent to the positive law by which they are established. And these primitive laws are related to God. These laws of an always pre-existent justice, independent of all the concrete conditions of history, amount to the old type of commandment law, normative law. It matters little whether they are called divine and are exercised by the ministrations of natural religion, or moral and are exercised by the education of fathers and teachers, or by the voice of nature, which Montesquieu, before Rousseau, called the sweetest of all sounds, or political. It is no longer a question of the positive human laws engaged in concrete conditions of existence from which the scientist has to disengage precisely their law. It is a question of a norm established for man by nature or God, which amounts to the same thing. And this characteristic contains, of course, a confusion of orders. Scientific law disappears behind commandment law. This temptation can be detected very distinctly at the end of the first chapter of Book 1. The quotations I have used to support the first interpretation then tend in a completely new direction. It is just as if, now, human error, that integral part of man's conduct, was no longer an object of the science, but the profound argument justifying the existence of laws, that is of norms. It would be amusing to imagine that the reason why bodies do not have positive laws is because they do not have the wit to disobey their laws. For the reason men do have such laws is less because of their imperfection, who would not give all the stones in the world for a man, than because of their capacity for insubordination. Man, he is left to his private direction, though a limited being, and subject, like all finite intelligences, to 4 degrees ignorance and error, even his imperfect knowledge he loseth. And, as a sensible creature, he is hurried away by 1,000 impetuous passions. Such a being might every instant forget his Creator. God has therefore reminded him of his duty by the laws of religion. Such a being is liable every moment to forget himself. Philosophy has provided against this by the laws of morality. Formed to live in society, he might forget his fellow creatures. Legislators have, therefore, by political and civil laws, confined him to his duty. This time we have really fallen back, no question. These laws are orders. They are laws against forgetfulness, laws of recall which restore to man his memory, that is his duty or norms, range him with the end he has to pursue, whether he will or no, if he wants to fulfill his destiny as a man. These laws no longer concern the relation between man and his conditions of existence, but rather human nature. The normative margin in these laws no longer, as above, concerns the distance between the human unconsciousness and the consciousness of its laws, it concerns the human condition. Human nature, human condition, here we are right back in a world we thought we had broken with. In a world of values fixed in heaven in order to draw to them the gaze of men. Here Montesquieu returns like a good boy to the most insipid of traditions. Eternal values do exist. Read the statement of this in Book I, the laws must be obeyed. One's benefactor must be recognized. One's creator must be obeyed. Evil deeds will be punished. A remarkable list. A second one complements it, Book I, Chapter 2, teaching that nature gives us the idea of a creator and inclines us towards him. That it intends that we should live in peace. That we should eat. That we should be inclined towards the other sex. And be desirous of living in society. The rest is added bit by bit, scattered as it is in more remote passages, that a father owes his offspring nourishment, but not necessarily inheritance. That a son supports his father if he is in trouble. That women must give way to men in the home. And above all that behavior relating to modesty is all important in human purposes, whether it is a question of women in most of their actions, in Montesquieu, Politics and History 41 marriage combinations, or the conjugation of the two sexes in abominable encounters. That despotism and torture conflict with human nature always, and slavery often. In short, a number of liberal demands, some more political ones, and many platitudes in support of well-established customs. Nothing remotely resembling the generous attitudes that other no less prudish, but more resolute or naive theorists attributed or were to attribute to human nature: liberty, equality, fraternity. We really are in another world. I believe that this side of Montesquieu is not a matter of indifference. It does not amount only to one isolated concession in a set of rigorous exigencies, the tribute paid to satisfy the world's prejudices, in order to have peace. Montesquieu needed this recourse and refuge, as he needed the ambiguity of his conception of law to combat his most ferocious opponents. Reread his reply to the watchful theologian. These laws which precede themselves, these equal radii equal for all eternity, before anyone, God or man, had ever drawn a circle anywhere, these relations of equity predating all possible positive laws, provide him with an argument against the Hobbesian threat. The author was attempting to overthrow Hobbes's system. A system the most terrible, in that by making all the virtues and vices depend on the establishment of laws men make for themselves, he, like Spinoza, overthrows both all religion and all morality. For so much for religion and morality. But something quite different is at stake. No longer the laws controlling religion and morality, but the laws governing politics, decisive laws for Montesquieu himself. It is the foundation of these laws that is at stake for Hobbes in the contract. These eternal laws of Montesquieu's, laws pre-existing all human laws, are thus really the refuge in which he protects himself from his opponent. That there were laws before laws makes it clear that there is no longer a contract, nor any of the political perils to which the very idea of a contract commits men and governments. In the shelter of the eternal laws of a nature without egalitarian structure, one can fight the opponent from afar. He can be awaited on the fore. A Defense of the SL, Part 1, 1. The answer to objection I-42. Terrain of nature, a terrain, however, that one has chosen before him, and with the appropriate weapons. Everything is prepared for the defense of a different cause from nature's, that of a shaken world one would like to re-establish on its foundations. It is certainly not the least of Montesquieu's paradoxes that he thus served old causes with ideas the strongest of which were completely new. But it is time to follow him into his most familiar thoughts, which are also his most secret ones. Chapter 3 The Dialectic of History. Everything I have said so far concerns only Montesquieu's method, its presuppositions and meaning. This method applied to his object is indisputably novel. But a method, even a novel one, may be in vain if it fails to produce anything new. What then are Montesquieu's positive discoveries? He have first of all considered mankind. And the result of my thoughts has been, that, amidst such an infinite diversity of laws and manners, they were not solely conducted by the caprice of fancy. I have laid down the first principles, and have found that the particular cases apply naturally to them. That the histories of all nations are only consequences of them. And that every particular law is connected with another law, or depends on some other of a more general extent. SL. Preface. Such is Montesquieu's discovery, not particular ingenuities but universal first principles making intelligible the whole of human history and all its particulars. When once I had discovered my first principles, everything I sought for appeared, ebid. What then are the principles which make history intelligible in this way? Once posed, this question raises a number of difficulties which directly involve the make-up of the spirit of laws. Montesquieu's great work, which opens with the pages I have just been discussing, does not indeed have the expected arrangement. First of all, from Book I to Book XM, it contains a theory of governments and of the different laws that depend either on their natures or on their principles, in other words, a typology, which appears very abstract, although it is crammed with historical examples, and seems to constitute a whole isolated from the rest, for a complete masterpiece within an incomplete masterpiece. J.J. Chevalier. After Book X and we seem to enter another world. Everything should have been said about the governments, their types being known, but here we have the climate, books Ziv, XV, 16I, then the quality of the soil, book XVILI, then manners and morals, book Zix, and commerce, book XX, XXI, and money, book XXII, and population, book XXM, and finally religion, books XXIV, XXV, which each in turn determine the laws whose secret has apparently already been provided. And to cap the confusion, 4 books of history, one discussing the development of the Roman laws of succession, book XXVE, 3. Expounding the origins of feudal laws, books XXVII, XXX, XXXI, and between them one book on the manner of composing laws, book XXIX. Principles which claim to provide order for history ought at least to put some of it in the treatise which expounds them. Where indeed are they to be found? The spirit of Lamb seems to be made up of 3 parts added onto one another, like ideas which have come up and that one does not want to lose. Where is the clear unity we expected? Should we seek Montesquieu's principles in the first 13 books, and thus owe him the idea of a pure typology of the forms of government, the description of their peculiar dynamic, the deduction of laws as a function of their nature and principle? Suppose we agree. But then all the material about climate and the various factors, then the history, seem interesting certainly, but additional. Are the true principles on the contrary in the second part, in the idea that the laws are determined by different factors, some material, climate, soil, population, economy, others moral, manners and morals, religion? But then what is the concealed argument linking these determinant principles with the first ideal principles and the final historical studies? Any attempt to maintain the whole in an impossible unity, the ideality of the types, the determinism of the material or moral environment, and the history, falls into irresolvable contradictions. Montesquieu could be said to be torn between a mechanistic materialism and a moral idealism, between Montesquieu, politics and history 45a temporal structures and a historical genesis, etc. Which is a way of saying that if he did make certain discoveries, they are only linked by the disorder of his book, which proves against him that he did not make the particular discovery he thought he had made. I should like to try to combat this impression and reveal between the different truths of the spirit of Lamb the chain that links them to other truths discussed in the preface. The first expression of Montesquieu's new principles is to be found in the few lines which distinguish between the nature and the principle of a government. Each government, republic, monarchy, despotism, has its nature and its principle. Its nature is that by which it is constituted, its principle the passion by which it is made to act. What is to be understood by the nature of a government? The nature of the government answers the question, who holds power? How does the holder of power exercise that power? Thus, the nature of republican government implies that the body of the nation, or a part of the nation, has sovereign authority. The nature of monarchical government, that one alone governs, but by fixed and established laws. The nature of despotism, that one alone governs, but with neither laws nor rules. The retention and mode of exercise of power, all this remains purely legal, and when all is said and done, formal. The principle takes us into life. For a government is not a pure form. It is the concrete form of existence of a society of men. For the men subject to a particular type of government to be precisely and lastingly subject to it, the mere imposition of a political form nature, is not enough, they must also have a disposition to that form, a certain way of acting and reacting which will underpin that form. As Montesquieu puts it, there has to be a specific passion. Each form of government necessarily desires its own passion. The republic wants virtue, monarchy honor, and despotism fear. The principle of a government is drawn from its form, for it is a natural derivation of it. But this consequence is less its eject than its precondition. Take the example of the Republic. The principle of the Republic, virtue, answers the question, on 46, what condition can there be a government which gives power to the people and makes it exercise that power by the laws? On the condition that the citizens are virtuous, that is, sacrifice themselves to the public good, and, in all circumstances, prefer the fatherland to their own passions. The same for monarchy and despotism. If the principle of the government is its springs that which makes it act, that is because it is, as the life of the government, quite simply its condition of existence. The Republic will only go, to coin a phrase, on virtue, just as some motors will only go on petrol. Without virtue the Republic will fall, as will monarchy without honor, despotism without fear. Montesquieu has been accused of formalism because of his way of defining a government by its nature, which does indeed consist of a few words of pure constitutional law. But it is forgotten that the nature of a government is formal for Montesquieu himself so long as it is separated from its principle. One should say, in a government a nature without a principle is inconceivable and non-existent. Only the nature-principle totality is conceivable, because it is real. And this totality is no longer formal, for it no longer designates a purely juridical form, but a political form engaged in its own life, in its own conditions of existence and survival. Although defined in one word, virtue, honor, fear, these conditions are highly concrete. Like passion in general, the passions may seem abstract, but as principles they express politically the whole real life of the citizens. The virtue of the citizen is his entire life devoted to the public good. This passion, dominant in the state, is, in one man, all his passions dominated. With the principle it is the concrete life of men, public and even private, that enters into the government. The principle is thus the intersection of the nature of the government, its political form, with the real life of men. It is thus the point and aspect in which the real life of men has to be resumed in order to be inserted into the form of a government. The principle is the concrete of that abstract, the nature. It is their unity, it is their totality, that is real. Where is the formalism? This point will be conceded. But it is decisive if we are to grasp the full extent of Montesquieu's discovery. In this idea of the Montesquieu, Politics and History 47 totality of the nature and the principle of a government, Montesquieu is in fact proposing a new theoretical category, one which gives him the key to an infinity of riddles. Before him political theorists had certainly tried to explain the multiplicity and diversity of the laws of a given government. But they had done little more than outline a logic of the nature of governments, even when they were not, as in most cases, satisfied by a mere description of elements without any inner unity. The immense majority of laws, such as those that determine education, division of lands, degree of property, techniques of justice, punishments and rewards, luxury, the condition of women, the conduct of war, etc., were excluded from this logic, because their necessity was not understood. Montesquieu here majestically closes this old debate by discovering and verifying in the facts the hypothesis that the state keeps a real totality and that all the particulars of its legislation, of its institutions and its customs are merely the effect and expression of its inner unity. He submits these laws, which seem fortuitous and irrational, to a profound logic, and relates them to a single center. I do not claim that Montesquieu was the first to think that the state should of itself constitute a totality. This idea is already lurking in Plato's reflection, and we find it again at work in the thought of the theoreticians of natural law, at any rate in Hobbes. But before Montesquieu this idea only entered into the constitution of an ideal state, without lowering itself to the point of making concrete history intelligible. With Montesquieu, the totality, which was an idea, becomes a scientific hypothesis, intended to explain the facts. It becomes the fundamental category which makes it possible to think, no longer the reality of an ideal state, but the concrete and hitherto unintelligible diversity of the institutions of human history. History is no longer that infinite space in which are haphazardly scattered the innumerable works of caprice and accident, to the discouragement of the understanding, whose only possible conclusion is the insignificance of man and the greatness of God. This space has a structure. It possesses concrete centers to which are related a whole local horizon of facts and institutions, the states. And at the core of these totalities, 48 which are like living individuals, there is an inner reason, an inner unity, a fundamental primordial center, the unity of nature and principle. Hegel, who gave the category of the totality enormous scope, well knew his own teacher when he expressed his gratitude for this discovery to Montesquieu's genius. Here, however, formalism is still lying in wait for us. For it may well be that this category of the totality constituted the unity of the first books of the Spirit of Laws. But it may be said that it is restricted to them, and that it is marked by the error of these first books, that it concerns pure models, a truly republican republic, a truly monarchical monarchy and a truly despotic despotism only. In Reflections on the preceding chapters, S.L.M.N., Montesquieu says, such are the principles of the three sorts of government, which does not imply that, in a particular republic, they actually are, but that they ought to be, virtuous, nor does it prove that, in a particular monarchy, they are actuated by honor, or, in a particular despotic government, by fear, but that they ought to be directed by these principles, otherwise the government is imperfect. Is this not to prove that an idea which is only valid for pure models and perfect political forms has been taken for a category applicable to all existing governments? Is it not to relapse into a theory of essences and into the ideal trap which was precisely what was to be avoided? Whereas one must, as a historian, necessarily explain a certain very imperfect republic or monarchy, not a pure republic or monarchy. If the totality is only valid for the purity, what use is the totality in history, which is impurity itself? Or, and this is the same aporia, how can one ever think history in a category attached in essence to pure atemporal models? We have come back to the difficulty of the disparity of the spirit of laws, how to unite the beginning and the end, the pure typology and the history. I believe we should be careful not to judge Montesquieu by one sentence, but, as he forewarns us, take his work as a whole, without separating what he says in it from what he does. It is indeed very remarkable that this theoretician of pure models never, or hardly ever, in his work gives any but impure examples. Montesquieu, politics and history 4 grams even in the history of Rome, which is for him truly the most perfect experimental subject, a kind of pure substance of historical experimentation. The ideal purity only had one moment, at the beginning, for all the rest of the time Rome lived in. Political impurity. It would surely be incredible if Montesquieu were unaware of such a contradiction. It must be that he does not think he is contradicting his principles, but that he is giving them a more profound meaning than they are attributed. I believe in fact that the category of the totality, and the nature principle unity which is its core, is indeed a universal category, one which does not concern just the perfect adequacies, republic virtue, monarchy honor, despotism fear. Manifestly, Montesquieu considers that in any state, whether it is pure or impure, the law of this totality and its unity is supreme. If the state is pure, the unity will be an adequate one. But if it is impure, it will be a contradictory one. All the impure majority of Montesquieu's historical examples are so many examples of this contradictory unity. Thus Rome, once the first period is over, and the first great conquests have occurred, lives in the state of a republic which will loses and then has lost its principle, virtue. To say that therefore the nature principle unity always survives but has become a contradiction is quite simply to state that it is the relationship existing between the political form of a government and the passion then providing it with a content which governs the fate of that state, its life, its survival, its future, and hence its historical essence. If this relationship is a non-contradictory one, that is if the republican form finds virtue in the men it governs, the republic will survive. But if this republican form is now only imposed on men who have abdicated all virtue and relapsed into private interests and passions, etc., then the relation will be a contradictory one. But it is precisely this contradiction in the relation, that is the existing contradictory relation, that decides the fate of the republic. It will perish. All this can be inferred from Montesquieu's historical studies, and in particular from considerations on the causes of the grandeur and declension of the Roman Empire, but it is also clearly stated in Book VLE of the Spirit of Laws, which deals with the corruption 5 degrees of governments. To say, as Montesquieu does, that a government which loses its principle is a lost government means quite clearly that the nature principle unity is also supreme in the impure cases. If it were not, it would be impossible to understand how this broken unity could break its government. Hence it is a strange mistake to doubt that Montesquieu has a sense of history, or to suspect that his typology diverted him from a theory of history, that he wrote books on history through a distraction which led him away from his principles. This mistake is no doubt rooted primarily in the fact that Montesquieu did not share the already widespread and soon-to-be dominant ideology, the belief that history has an end, is in pursuit of the realm of reason, liberty and enlightenment. Montesquieu was probably the first person before Marx who undertook to think history without attributing to it an end, that is without projecting the consciousness of men and their hopes onto the time of history. This criticism is thus entirely to his credit. He was the first to propose a positive principle of universal explanation for history. A principle which is not just static, the totality explaining the diversity of the laws and institutions of a given government, but also dynamic, the law of the unity of nature and principle, a law making it possible to think the development of institutions and their transformations in real history too. In the depth of the countless laws which come and go, he thus discovered a constant connection uniting the nature of a government to its principle. And at the core of this constant connection, he stated the inner variation of the relation, which, by the transitions of the unity from adequacy to inadequacy, from identity to contradiction, makes intelligible the changes and revolutions in the concrete totalities of history. But Montesquieu was also the first to give an answer to a question which has become classic, the question of the motor of history. Let us look again at the law of historical development. It is completely governed by the relation existing between the nature and the principle in their very unity. If these two terms are in harmony, republican Rome and virtuous Romans, the totality of the state is peaceful, menuven a history without crises. If the Montesquieu, politics and history 5/2 terms are in contradiction, republican Rome and Romans who have abandoned virtue, crisis breaks out. The principle is then no longer what is wanted by the nature of the government. Whence a chain reaction, the form of the government tries blindly to reduce the contradiction, it changes, and its change drags the principle along with it, until, with the help of circumstances, a new harmony emerges, imperial despotic Rome and Romans living in fear, or a catastrophe which is the end of this breathless chase, barbarian conquest. The dialectic of this process is quite clear. Its extreme moments are either peace between the two terms of the opposition, or their conflict. In their conflict, the interaction of the terms is clear, as is how each modification of one inevitably induces a modification of the other. Thus it is clear that nature and principle are absolutely interdependent in the mobile but pregnant totality of the state. But it is not clear where the first change comes from, nor the last one, either in the order of time, or in that of causes. It is not clear which of these two terms linked together in the fate of the totality is the preponderant one. In his work on the philosophy of the Enlightenment, Ernst Cassirer praises Montesquieu for having thus founded a quite modern comprehensive theory of history, that is for having thought history within the category of the totality, and the elements of this totality in a specific unity, while precisely renouncing the idea that one element might be more important than the others, that is that there might be a motor of history. History is simply a moving totality, whose unity can be understood and the meaning of whose inner movements can be grasped, but which can never be explained, that is its interactional movements can never be related to a determinate element. And in fact this view seems to accord with the letter of many passages from Montesquieu, who constantly turns from the form of the government to its principle, and from its principle to its form. It is the republican laws that produce the very virtue that enables them to be republican. The monarchical institutions that engender the honor that underpins them. As honor is for nobility, the principle is both father and child of the five form of government. That is why every particular form produces in its principle its own conditions of existence, and always forestalls itself, although at the same time it is the principle which is expressed in that form. we would seem here to be in a real circular expressive totality in which each part is like the whole, pars totalis. And the movement of this sphere which we think is moved by a cause is no more than its displacement onto itself. With a rolling ball, each point on its sphere can move from top to bottom and return from there to the top, go back down again, and so on to infinity. But all its points to the same. There is neither top nor bottom in a sphere, entirely contained as it is in each of its points. However, I believe that this slightly over-modern intuition does not express Montesquieu's most profound thought. For he intends there to be in the last instance a determinate term, the principle. The force of the principles draws everything to it. Such is the grand lesson of Book VM, which opens with a sentence: the corruption of each government generally begins with that of the principles. Corruption, and thus the impure state I have been discussing, constitutes a sort of experimental situation which makes it possible to penetrate the indivisible nature-principle unity and decide which is the decisive element of the opposition. The result is that it is definitely the principle that governs the nature and gives it its meaning. When once the principles of government are corrupted, the very best laws become bad, and turn against the state, but, when the principles are sound, even bad laws have the same effect as good. SL, VM, N. A state may alter two different ways. Either by the amendment, or by the corruption, of the Constitution. If it has preserved its principles, and the Constitution changes, this is owing to its amendment. If, upon changing the Constitution, its principles are lost, this means that it has been corrupted. This clearly shows the transition from the case of the experimental situation of corruption to the general case of any modification, to the good as well as to the bad, in the nature of the state. Thus it really is the principle Montesquieu, politics and history which is, in the last resort, the cause of the development of forms and their meanings. To the point that the classic image of form and content, form being what informs, affectivity itself, has to be inverted. It is the principle that is, in this sense, the true form of that apparent form, the nature of the government. There are very few laws which are not good, while the state retains its principles. Here I may apply what Epicurus said of riches: it is not the liquor, but the vessel, that is corrupted. SL, VM, N. Of course, this does not exclude the affectivity of the nature on the principle, but within certain limits. Otherwise it would be difficult to understand how Montesquieu could have imagined laws intended to preserve or reinforce the principle. The urgency of these laws is simply a confession of their subordinate character. They are only active in a domain which may escape them not only for 1,000 accidental and external reasons, but also and above all for the fundamental reason that it reigns over them and decides even what they mean. There are thus limit situations in which laws that are intended to provide manners and morals are powerless against manners and morals themselves, and rebound against the end they were supposed to serve, the manners and morals rejecting laws opposed to their own goals. However hazardous a comparison it may be, and one that I put forward with all possible precautions, the type of this determination in the last instance by the principle, determination which nevertheless farms out a whole zone of subordinate affectivity to the nature of the government, can be compared with the type of determination which Marx attributes in the last instance to the economy, a determination which nevertheless farms out a zone of subordinate effectivity to politics. In both cases it is a matter of a unity which may be harmonious or contradictory. In both cases this determination does nonetheless cede to the determined element a whole region of effectivity, but subordinate effectivity. Hence this interpretation reveals a real unity between the first and last parts of the spirit of laws, between the typology and the history. But there remains one difficulty, the so varied second part, which introduces climate, soil, commerce, religion. Surely 548 represents new principles, and heteroclite ones, which clash with the unity I have just demonstrated. Let us first run through the new determinant factors suggested to us. Before climate, Book Ziv, there is another important element, referred to on several occasions, and particularly in Book 8, the dimensions of the state. The nature of a government depends on the geographical extent of its empire. A minute state will be republican, a moderate state monarchic, and an immense state despotic. Here is a determination that seems to overthrow the laws of history, since geography decides its forms directly. Climate reinforces this argument, since this time it is the temperature of the air that distributes the empires, despotisms beneath violent skies, moderate governments beneath tender ones, and decides in advance which men will be free and which slaves. We learn that the empire of the climate is the first, the most powerful of all empires, but at the same time that this empire can be conquered by well-conceived laws leaning on its excesses to protect men from its effects. A new cause then appears, the nature of the soil occupied by a nation. According to whether it is fertile or arid, the government there will be a government of one man or of many. According to whether it is mountainous or a plain, a continent or an island, liberty or slavery will be found to triumph there. But here again the causality invoked can be counteracted. Countries are not cultivated in proportion to their fertility, but to their liberty. But here are the manners and morals, one mores, or general spirit of a nation, which add their effectivities to the others. Then commerce and money, and finally religion. It is hard to avoid an impression of disorder, as if Montesquieu wanted to exhaust a series of principles he has discovered separately and then heaped together for want of any better order. Mankind are influenced by various causes. By the climate, by the religion, by the laws, by the maxims of government, by precedents, morals, and customs. The unity of a profound law has turned into a plurality of causes. The totality is lost in a list. I do not want to make it look as if I hoped to save Montesquieu, Politics and History 55 from himself by forcing this disorder to appear as an order. But I should like to suggest briefly that in this disorder we can often glimpse something approaching an order which is not foreign to what has so far been established. What is indeed remarkable in the majority of these factors, which either determine the very nature of the government, for example, geographical extent, climate, soil, or a certain number of its laws, is the fact that they only act on their object indirectly. Take the example of the climate. The torrid climate does not produce the despot just like that, nor does the temperate the monarch. The climate only acts on the temperament of men, by way of a nice physiology which dilates or contracts the extremities and thereby affects the global sensitivity of the individual, imprinting on him peculiar needs and leanings, down to his style of conduct. It is the men thus constituted and conditioned who are apt for particular laws and governments. It is the variety of wants, in different climates, that first occasioned a difference in the manner of living, and thus gave rise to a variety of laws. The laws produced by the climate are thus the last effect in a whole chain, whose penultimate link, the product of the climate and the cause of the laws, is the customary life manière de vivre, which is the outside of the manners and morals, mores. SL, Zix, 16. Look at the soil. If fertile lands are good for the government of one man alone, that is because the peasant there is too busy and too well paid by his efforts to raise his nose from the ground and his pence. Commerce, it does not act directly on the laws but via the intermediary of the manners. Wherever there is commerce, there we meet with agreeable manners. SL, XX, I. Hence the peaceful spirit of commerce, its suitability to certain governments, its repugnance for others. As for religion itself, it seems to be part of another world than these completely material factors, but it acts nonetheless in the same way, by giving a nation ways of living the law and practicing morality. It only concerns government through the behavior of citizens and subjects. It is its mastery of fear that makes the Mohammedan religion so apt for despotism. It provides it with slaves, ripe for slavery. It is its mastery of morality that 56 makes the Christian religion accord so well with moderate government. We owe to Christianity, in government, a certain political law, and in war, a certain law of nations. Thus just when they are acting on the government and determining certain of its essential laws, all these causes, apparently so radically disparate, converge on a common point, the customs, morals and manners of being, feeling and acting that they confer on the men who live within their empire. From their conjunction arises what Montesquieu calls the spirit of a nation. He does right. Mankind are influenced by various causes. By the climate, by the religion, etc., but only so as to conclude, from whence is formed a general spirit of the nation. Hence it is the result, the manners and morals, the general spirit of a nation, which determines either the form of the government or a certain number of its laws. The question then arises, is this not an already familiar determination? Indeed, remember what I have said of the principle of a government and of the depths of the concrete life of men it expresses. Considered not from the viewpoint of the form of the government, that is of its political exigencies, but from the viewpoint of its content, that is of its origins, the principle is really the political expression of the concrete behavior of men, that is of their manners and morals, and spirit. Of course, Montesquieu does not say in so many words that the manners and morals or spirit of a nation constitute the very essence of the principle of its government. But he does set out from principles as the pure forms of the government. Their truth appears in their corruption. When the principle is lost, it is clear that manners and morals effectively take the place of principle, that they are its loss or salvation. Take the Republic, abandoned by virtue, there is no longer any respect for magistrates there, nor for old age, nor even for husbands. No longer will there be any such things as manners, order, or virtue. it would be hard to say more clearly that the principle, virtue, is simply the expression of the manners. Look at Rome, in its trials and reverses, with events shaking all the forms, it held fast. Rome Montesquieu, Politics and History 57 was a ship held by two anchors, religion and manners, in the midst of a furious tempest. Finally, look at modern states. Most of the European nations are still governed by manners and morals, which is what saves them from despotism, partly already master of their laws. How can it be doubted that the manners and morals, vaster and more extensive than the principle, are nonetheless its real foundation and seat, when the same dialectic can be seen outlined between the manners and morals and the laws as between the principles and the nature of a government? Laws are established, manners are inspired. These proceed from a general spirit, those from a particular institution. Now, it is as dangerous, nay, more so, to subvert the general spirit as to change a particular institution. It is hard to see why it would be more dangerous to change the manners and morals than the laws. If the manners and morals did not have the same advantage over the laws as the principle has over the nature, that of determining them in the last resort, one hence the idea that recurs so frequently of a sort of primitive virtue of manners and morals. If a people always knows, loves and defends its manners more than its laws, that is because these manners are more profound and primordial. Thus, among the earliest Romans, their manners were sufficient to secure the fidelity of their slaves, so that there was no necessity for laws. Later, as they then wanted manners and morals, they had need of laws. And among primitive peoples themselves, if manners precede laws and stand in for them, that is because in some sense they derive their origin from nature. The form and style of conduct which are expressed politically in the principle can be reduced to this ultimate basis. This ultimate basis, whose essential components Montesquieu lists as the climate, the soil, the religion, etc. In all societies, which are simply a union of minds, a common character is formed. This universal soul adopts a way of thinking which is the effect of a chain of infinite causes which multiply and combine century by century. Once the tone has been given and received, it alone governs, and everything that sovereigns, magistrates, and peoples may do or imagine, whether it seems to conflict with the tone or to follow it, always relates to it, and it dominates even the total destruction of the society. Mes penses. It seems to me that this substantial analogy between the manners and morals and the principle also explains the strange circular causality of these factors, which seem at first sight completely mechanical. It is true that the climate and the soil, etc., determine certain laws, but they can be counteracted by them, and all the art of the enlightened legislator consists of playing on this necessity in order to beat it. If this recourse is possible, it is because this determination is not direct but indirect, and that it is completely gathered together and concentrated in the manners and spirit of a nation, entering via the principle, which is the political abstraction and expression of the manners and morals, into the totality of the state. But since within this totality there is a certain possible action of the nature on the principle, and hence of the laws on the manners and morals and consequently on their components and causes, it is not surprising that climate may give way to the laws. I know that counter-quotations will be used against me and that I shall be accused of giving Montesquieu the benefit of the doubt. However, it seems to me that all the reservations one might express turn on no more than a single point: the ambiguity of the concepts of principle and manners and morals. But I believe that this ambiguity is real in Montesquieu himself. I should say that it expresses simultaneously his wish to introduce the utmost clarity and necessity into history, but also in some sense his inability, not to speak of his choice. For if the region of the nature of a government is always perfectly sharply defined, if the dialectic of the nature principle unity and contradiction, and the thesis of the primacy of principle, both emerge clearly from his examples, the concept of principle and the concept of manners and morals remain vague. I said that the principle expresses the condition of existence of a government, and has the real life of men as its concrete background. The parallel causalities of the second part of the spirit of laws reveal to us the components of this real life, that is the real material and moral conditions of the existence of a government, and summarize them in the manners and morals which come to Montesquieu, Politics and History. 59. The surface in the principle. But it is hard to see the transition from the manners and morals to the principle, from the real conditions to the political exigencies of the form of a government, which come together in the principle. The very terms I used, such as the manners being expressed in the principles, betray this difficulty, for this expression is in some sense torn between its origin, the manners and morals, and the exigencies of its end, the form of the government. All Montesquieu's ambiguity is linked to this tension. He did feel that the necessity of history could only be thought in the unity of its forms and their conditions of existence, and in the dialectic of that unity. But he grouped all these conditions, on the one hand in the manners and morals, which are indeed produced by real conditions, but whose concept remains vague. The synthesis of all these conditions in the manners and morals is no more than cumulative. And on the other hand in the principle, which, divided between its real origins and the exigencies of the political form it has to animate, leans too often towards these exigencies alone. It will be said that this contradiction and this ambiguity are inevitable in a man who thinks in the concepts of his period and cannot transcend the limits of the then established knowledges, simply interrelating what he knows, and unable to seek in the conditions he is describing a deeper unity, which would presuppose a complete political economy too. That is true. And it is already remarkable that Montesquieu should have defined and designated in advance in a brilliant conception of history an as yet obscure zone barely illuminated by a vague concept, the zone of manners and morals, mores, and behind it the zone of the concrete behavior of men in their relations with nature and with their past. But within him another man than the scientist took advantage of this ambiguity. The man of a political party which needed to see Voltaire already. Montesquieu had no knowledge of the political principles relating to wealth, manufactures, finances and commerce. These principles had not yet been discovered. It would have been as impossible for him to make the Spirit of Laws Smith's treatise on wealth as Newton's mathematical principles. 6. So precisely the preeminence of the forms over their principles, and wanted there to be three kinds of government, in order that, protected by the necessities of climate, manners and morals, and religion, it could make its choice between them. Chapter 4. There are three governments. There are thus three species of government. The Republic, monarchy and despotism. These totalities should be closely examined. I. The Republic. I hope to be very brief on the Republic. Faget may have said that Montesquieu is a Republican. Montesquieu does not believe in the Republic, and for a simple reason: the age of republics is past. Republics only last in small states. Our era is that of medium and large empires. Republics can only be sustained by virtue and frugality, general mediocrity in its original sense, that is, that everybody is content with nothing. Our age is one of luxury and commerce. Virtue has become such a burden that its effects would be disastrous if they could not be attenuated by milder laws. For all these reasons, the Republic retreats into the distant past, Greece, Rome. No doubt that is why it is so beautiful. Montesquieu, who is quite prepared to call Richelieu crazy for his claim to want an angel for king, so rare is virtue, accepts that in Greece and Rome there were, at certain periods, enough angels to make up whole cities. This political angelicism makes democracy, for here I shall ignore aristocracy, which is an unstable mixture of democracy and monarchy, an exceptional regime, a kind of synthesis of all the exigencies of politics. First, it is truly a political regime, by which I mean a regime which attains the true sphere of politics, that of stability and universality. In democracy, the men who are 62 everything are nonetheless not at the mercy of their own caprice. The citizens are not so many despots. Their omnipotence subordinates them to a political order and a political structure which they recognize and which transcend them as individual men. The order of the laws, whether fundamental, that is constitutive of the regime, or occasional, that is decreed in response to events. But this order itself, which makes them citizens, is not an order received from without, as for example is the feudal order, the natural inequality of the estates in a monarchy. In democracy, the citizens possess the unique privilege of themselves consciously and voluntarily producing in legislation the very order which governs them. Children of the laws, they are also their fathers. They are subjects only as sovereigns. They are masters subject to their own power. It is clear that this synthesis of subject and sovereign in the citizen, which haunted Rousseau, demands of man that he be more than man, and that without being quite an angel, he be a citizen, which is the true angel of public life. This category of the citizen realizes the synthesis of the state in man himself. The citizen is the state in the private man. That is why education has such an important place in the economy of this regime, for Montesquieu as well as for Rousseau. Montesquieu shows that democracy cannot tolerate the division of education characteristic of monarchic regimes. In fact, modern man is torn between two educations, that of his fathers and teachers on the one hand, and that of the world on the other. The one preaches him morality and religion. The other never to forget himself. And what Hegel was to call the law of the world, which governs real human relations, triumphs over the law of the heart, whose refuge is the hearth and the church. None of this in a democratic regime. Family, school and life speak the same language. The whole of life is simply an endless education. For, in its very essence, democracy presupposes, behind this endless discipline and edification which is in some sense its temporal form, a true conversion of the private man into the public man. If in democracy all private vices are public crimes, which is the justification for the censors, if civil law is identical with political Montesquieu, politics and history 63 law, that is because all of a man's private life consists of being a public man, the laws being the perpetual reminder of this exigency. This circle of democracy, which is simply the eternal education of democracy, this remarkable circle of a regime which thus accepts its existence as a perpetual task, realizes the specific duty of the citizens, who, in order to be all as they are in the state, must, in their very persons, become all of the state. A moral conversion? That is what Montesquieu proposes when he depicts virtue, although it is entirely political, as the preference of the public good over private good, as self-forgetfulness, as the triumph of reason over passion. But this moral conversion is not that of an isolated conscience, it is that of a state totally steeped in this duty, translated into laws. With its laws, the Republic, which wants citizens, takes care to force them into virtue. At what cost can this virtue be thus forced? At the cost of an archaic economy maintained in its past, at the cost of manners and morals carefully guarded by the laws, the aged and the censors. Lastly, and above all, at the cost of judicious political measures, which only aim to edify the people in order to maintain it within the power of its notables. Indeed, what is striking in the entirely retrospective apologia for the people's government constituted by democracy, aristocracy is much less exemplary, because, dare I say it, it is founded from the outset on the division of the people, is the care taken to distinguish two peoples within the people. When Montesquieu's Republic is compared with Rousseau's, and the virtue of the one with the virtue of the other, it must not be forgotten that the former is in the past and the latter in the future. The latter a people's republic, the former a republic of notables. Hence the importance of the problem of popular representation. Rousseau has no intention that the people should legislate through its representatives. Sovereignty, for the same reason as makes it inalienable, cannot be represented. It lies essentially in the general will, and will does not admit of representation. 1. A democracy which adopts I. Rousseau, The Social Contract and Discourses, opposite, pages 78. 64 Sensitives is on its deathbed. Montesquieu, on the contrary, holds that a democracy without representatives is an imminent popular despotism. This is because he has a very special idea of the people, confirmed by those ancient democracies in which the freedom of the free man was to the forefront, leaving the multitude of artisans and slaves in the shade. Montesquieu does not want this common people, bas peuple, to have power. This is indeed his most deep-lying concern, and it illuminates all the precautions of book he abandoned to itself. The people, the common people, is nothing but passion. It is incapable of foresight, thought and judgment. How could passion judge, since it is the very absence of reason? Let the people therefore be deprived of all direct power, but let them choose representatives. They are extremely well qualified for choosing, for they see men in action at close quarters, and discern the good and the mediocre instantly. They know how to choose the good general, the good rich man and the good judge. They see the first in his wars, the second in his banquets and the third in his judgments. They have a natural capacity, in respect to the discernment of merit, and is proof that merit stares them in the face, though the people of Rome assumed to themselves the right of raising plebeians to public offices, yet they would never exert this power. And though, at Athens, the magistrates were allowed, by the law of Aristides, to be elected from all the different classes of inhabitants, there never was a case, says Xenophon, that the common people petitioned for employments which could endanger either their security or their glory. What a wonderful natural gift of the people, forcing them to admit their own inability even to be their own masters, and to take for lords precisely those who have the advantages of rank and fortune over them. Ancient democracy itself thus already witnesses in favor of all the notables of history. Thus in democracy there is available what is required to reign too. There is nothing in the world more insolent than republics. The common people is the most insolent tyrant there can be. Voyages. Force this judicious inclination and, if all else fails, what is required to admonish it and establish it in its vocation. In particular, there are laws which divide the people into classes, with enough discrimination to deprive the commoners of their votes. It is in the manner of making this division that great legislators have signalized themselves. Servius Tullius, for example, had the wit to lodge the right of suffrage in the hands of the principal citizens, so that it was property rather than numbers that decided the elections. Or the Roman legislators who realized that the public vote should be considered as a fundamental law of democracy, for the lower classes ought to be directed by those of higher rank, and restrained within bounds by the gravity of eminent personages. SL 11:2. Voting secretly is a privilege of the aristocratic seigneury, for the reason that they are themselves their own great men. No doubt but that the surest means of maintaining such a natural disposition is to produce it. Carefully confined to the past by the enlargement of modern states and the turn of events which has made virtue inhuman, democracy therefore only relates to the present by the lessons of experience that descend from it. Even in a popular government, the power ought not to fall into the hands of the common people. 2.2. Monarchy. With monarchy and despotism, which is in some sense its inverse and pole of attraction, we are in the present. Montesquieu thinks that modern times belong to feudal monarchy, and the feudal monarchy belongs to modern times. Antiquity knew no real monarchies. In Rome, as we know, the republic was what was hidden in its trappings, for two reasons, which their conjunction will illuminate, because it was ignorant of the true distribution of powers and knew nothing of government by the nobility. What is monarchy? By its nature it is the government of a single person who directs the state by fixed and established laws. By its principle, it is the reign of honor. A single person who governs, the king. But what are these laws? Montesquieu, Politics and History 65-66, which have the privilege of being fixed and established. What is the meaning of this fixity and establishment? Here Montesquieu has in mind what jurists had for 3 centuries called the fundamental laws of the kingdom. The expression fundamental law often appears in the spirit of laws. Every government has its fundamental laws. Thus the Republic has, among others, the electoral law. Thus despotism has the nomination of a vizier by the despot. We even learn in passing that the colonial pact is the fundamental law of Europe vis-à-vis its overseas colonial possessions. Thus Montesquieu uses the expression in a very broad way, assigning to it the designation of those laws in a government that define and found its nature, in modern terms, its constitution, as distinct from the laws by which the government governs. But it is obvious that in the case of a monarchy this expression contains the echoes of past disputes. The object of these disputes was the definition of the powers of the absolute monarch. The notion of the fundamental laws of the kingdom intervened to limit the pretensions of the king. It demonstrated to him that he was king, by the grace of God no doubt, but also as an effect of laws older than him which he accepted tacitly by mounting the throne, the virtue of these laws seating him there even unbeknownst to him. The jurists usually cited the law of blood succession, but also a whole series of dispositions whose object was the recognition of the existing orders, nobility, clergy, parliament, etc. The fundamental laws which set the king on his throne demanded in return that the king respect them. It is to this meaning that Montesquieu is reverting under cover of a more general sense, when he talks of monarchy. Read carefully Book 11 Chapter 4. You will find that the first sentence identifies the nature of monarchical government, government by fundamental laws, and the intermediate, subordinate, and dependent powers. The intermediary powers are two in number, the nobility and the clergy, the nobility being the most naturally of the two. Thus the intermediary bodies are to be laws. Elsewhere Montesquieu cites as a fundamental law of monarchy the law of succession to the throne, which prevents intrigue, and Montesquieu, Politics and History 67 the dissipation of power, not only on the death, but also during the youth of a prince. This law really is a law. He also invokes the necessity of a depository of the laws independent of the royal authority, and this really is a matter of a law establishing a political institution. But the nobility and the clergy. We were thinking of political institutions, and here we have the intervention of social orders. In fact, the word lamb here only designates the privileged bodies in order to signify that the king is only the king through the existence of the nobility and the clergy, and that in return he must recognize them and defend their privileges. This is all admitted straight away. The most natural intermediate and subordinate power is that of the nobility. This, in some measure, seems to be essential to a monarchy, whose fundamental maxim is no monarch, no nobility. No nobility, no monarch. I think that we can learn a great deal here from the abstract character of at least a part of Montesquieu's political typology. There is no longer any reason to wait for the principle to discover the concrete life of the state. The whole political and social order emerges already in its nature. These fundamental laws necessarily suppose the intermediate channels through which the power flows. These channels are precisely the nobility and the clergy. But by a linguistic trick we are again facing a purely legal problem. These laws necessarily appear. is thus really worth its weight in gold. For until now the necessity for the nobility and the clergy has not been at all obvious. It is by no means a primordial necessity. It is a necessity in the sense in which we speak of the necessity one is in to accept a certain means supposing one wants a particular end. This necessity consists in the fact that in the absence of intermediate orders there is nothing to prevent the king being a despot. For, in monarchies, the prince is the source of all power, political and civil. But if there be only the momentary and capricious will of a single person to govern the state, nothing can be fixed, and of course there is no fundamental law. Everything is in these four uns. The fundamental law is the fixity and constancy of a regime. You right. We are in 68 the legal field. But it is also the existence of privileged orders. Now we are in the social field. It follows from this reasoning that these orders are identical with the fixity and constancy. The reason for this remarkable identity is that a monarch without a nobility and without orders is not inconceivable, but he would be despotic. The performance of the mechanics of power, the channels, serves the cause of the orders and combats that of the despot which any prince is if he dispenses with the nobility. Hence we can conclude that in essentials, these fixed and established laws are no more than the fixity of the establishment of the nobility and the clergy. Given this, the juridical argument returns to the fore. And Montesquieu is pleased to describe the dynamic peculiar to this regime of intermediary bodies as if it were a matter of a pure form of the political distribution of power. It is very remarkable that the metaphor that haunts despotism is taken from colliding bodies, while the one that haunts monarchy derives from a flowing spring. Water which flows from an elevated spring passes into channels which moderate its speed and guide its course, and at the bottom reaches the lands which owe it their verdure. The image of colliding balls implies immediacy in time and space, and the force entirely transmitted by the impact. That is why in despotism power is either exercised or handed over. The image of the irrigating spring implies, on the contrary, space and duration. Its temporality being its course, time is needed for the water to flow. And it never all flows away. A spring does not empty like a basin, it always contains more than it gives away. And contrary to the ball which may be ejected in the opposite direction to the one with which it collided, their instantaneous impact sharply separating them, flowing water never breaks with itself. It is the same uninterrupted stream, from the spring to the most distant lands. Such is the power of the prince. He never abdicates it, as the despot does, entirely into the hands of a third party. However much power he gives to ministers, governors and captains, he always retains more. And the world in which he exercises it, its Montesquieu, politics and history 69 extent, the channels which he has to grant the loan of it, all impose on him a necessary slowness which is the very duration of his power. In fact, the nature of monarchical government presupposes a real space and duration. The space, the king does not fill it by himself, in it he meets a social structure which is extended because it is differentiated, composed of orders and estates, each having its place. The space which is the measure of the extent of the royal power is thus the limit of his authority. The space is an obstacle. The infinite plane of despotism is a kind of narrow horizon before the despot, precisely because it contains none of those accidents constituted by the inequalities of men. It has been leveled. It is the following obstacles: the nobility, the clergy, that give the space its political depth, just as the following obstacles, hedges, roofs and steeples, give it its visual depth. And the time of the royal power is merely this space experienced. As a man endowed with the supreme power, the king is a prey to haste, everything seeming to be a matter of decree. He will learn the slowness of the very world he governs, of the privileged orders, and of that body entirely devoted to teaching it him in a good monarchy, the depository of the laws. This slowness will be a kind of enforced education of the sovereign's political reason by the real and full distance which separates him from his subjects. It is from this distance that he will acquire reason. This prince, who is certainly no angel, will become reasonable by the very necessity of his power. Its space and duration will be the practical reason of a king, forced to become wise by experience, if he is not so by birth. In a democracy the notables, by their rank and fortune, stand in for reason for the people. In the same way, in a monarchy, the nobility stands in for wisdom for the king. But there is one essential difference between democracy and monarchy. In a democracy it is absolutely necessary that there be virtue and reason somewhere, and that some men be reasonable of themselves who could not hope to be so despite themselves. It is impossible for a republic to be democratic if its notables are not virtuous. The fate of reason is thus handed over to men themselves, even if it is only delegated to a few of them. It is quite 70 different in a monarchy. The nobility that stands in for wisdom for the king is not forced to be wise. On the contrary, it is its nature to be unreasonable. It is incapable of reflection, so much so that it has to look to lawyers to remember the laws it does not want to forget. Whence then does monarchy, in which nothing is reasonable, derive this reason? From the nobility, which does not have any, but produces it without wishing it or realizing it, without even having anything to do with it. It is thus just as if monarchy produced political reason as the result of its private unreasons. This reason, which features under none of the rubrics, is there nonetheless in the whole. It is surely the most profound law of monarchy that it produces its end despite itself in this way. If its fundamental laws need to be complemented by one last one, which is really the first, it would be to state that the original law of monarchy is this reason. This is what constitutes the very essence of honor, the principle of monarchy. Indeed, the truth of honor lies in the fact that it is false. Philosophically speaking, it is a false honor, says Montesquieu. This falsity has to be understood in two senses. First, that the truth of honor has nothing to do with the truth. Second, that this lie produces a truth in its own despite. Honor has nothing to do with truth, nor with morality. This seems to clash with all the appearances of honor itself, since honor means frankness, obedience, politeness and generosity. Frankness? For honor, truth in conversation is here a necessary point. But is it for the sake of truth? By no means. Such a love of truth and simplicity is to be found in the people, who have no part in honor, but not in honor, which is only interested in truth because a person habituated to veracity has an air of boldness and freedom. Obedience? Honor does not accept it for obedience's sake, but for honor's sake, not for the goodness or virtue of submission, but for the grandeur restored to it by the choice it makes to submit. The proof is that this entirely submissive honor subjects the status of the commands it receives to its own judgment, disobeying all those it reckons dishonorable, all those that conflict with its own laws. Montesquieu, Politics and History 7/and Codes. Politeness and generosity, greatness of soul. These are indeed obligatory duties for all men towards their kind if they are to live together in peace. But in honor, politeness, generally speaking, does not derive its original from so pure a source. It rises from a desire of distinguishing ourselves. It is pride that renders us polite. We are flattered with being taken notice of for a behavior that shows we are not of a mean condition, and that we have not been bred up with those who in all ages are considered as the scum of the people. Generosity itself, which seems to flow from goodness, is merely the proof that a well-born soul wants to present itself as greater than its fortune, by giving it away, and above its rank, by forgetting it. As if it could deny the advantage of rank that is required to have the pleasure of denying it. All the appearances of virtue have thus been turned upside down. For honor is not so much the subject of virtue as its subjugator. To this whimsical honor it is owing that the virtues are only just what it pleases. It adds rules of its own invention to everything prescribed to us. It extends or limits our duties according to its own fancy, whether they proceed from religion, politics, or morality. Does honor then have some relation with a different truth that is no longer theoretical or moral, but quite practical and profane? It looks like it when we find Montesquieu seeking in the barbarous laws, which subordinated the judge's decision to trial by combat, for the origin of honor in the point of honor. This recalls Hobbes and his extraordinary image of the destiny of men in struggle. In the endless race which constitutes our whole life, we are on a kind of track in which we all started together. Until death, which is to abandon the race, we continue to struggle, endlessly trying to pass one another. Honor is then to turn round and see that there are people behind us. That is Hobbes's honor, which expresses both the human wish to take advantage of man and the real and conscious merit of having improved on men. But it is not Montesquieu's honor. For him, honor is not the spring of the human condition, the universal passion which arouses the universal struggle for prestige and recognition, in which 7-2 Hegel was to see the origin of the master and the slave, and of self-consciousness. In Montesquieu, the masters and slaves always pre-exist honor. Its triumph never celebrates a real triumph. The race was run before the starter's flag. In honor, if we must still speak of a race, some have 20 years' start, as Pascal puts it, and all the race is in the procedure. This is because in fact if honor does demand honors and distinctions, it presupposes their sanctioned existence and their regular attribution. In other words, it presupposes a state in which preeminences and ranks prevail. Honor is the point of honor, not of a merit attained in the struggle, but of a superiority obtained by birth. Honor is thus the passion of a social class. If it seems to be its father, since it was constituted in the distant origin of barbarous laws, when the Franks defeated the Gauls, its father, since it maintains it in the conviction of its superiority, honor is rather the child of the nobility, since outside the existence of the nobility it would be inconceivable. And all its falsity consists in the fact that it gives the appearance of morality or merit to reasons which pertain to the vanity of a class. But honor is false, not only because of its ruse with truth. It is false because this lie produces a truth. This strange passion, in fact so regulated that its whimsicalities have their laws and a whole code which seems to invert the social order by its contempt for order and society, serves the reason of the state by its very unreason. For honor, with its ruse of truth and morality, is itself the dupe of its own ruse. It thinks it knows no other duty than the duty one recognizes for oneself, the duty to distinguish oneself, to perpetuate one's own grandeur, to care for a certain self-image that raises one above one's own life, and the orders one receives. In fact, each individual advances the public good, while he only thinks of promoting his own interest. In fact, this false honor is as useful to the public as a true honor could possibly be to private people. Ibid. The virtues, false in their cause, are true in their effects: obedience, frankness, politeness and generosity. What does it matter to the prince whether he obtains them from morality and truth, or from vanity, Montesquieu, Politics and History 73 and Prejudice? Their effect is the same, and without the superhuman effort required of virtue in the same cause. Honor is the economy of virtue. It dispenses with it and gives the same effects at a lower cost. But there is a quite different merit, one which is of concern precisely to the prince who keeps the accounts and takes the profits. It will not let itself be beaten by anything, not even by the prestige of the supreme power. That it is above any laws, not just religious and moral ones, but also political ones, means that honor is the rock against the king's fancies. If the power of honor is limited by its very spring, if the great only ever have honor on their minds, this sufficiency suffices them. They have no other ambition at heart, whether of fortunes to be won or of power to be conquered. If honor is this blinding of the great to the real interests of the world, if its folly thus protects the prince from their audacity as the great, this folly also protects the prince against his own temptations as a man. For he can never hope that these great ones will ever enter into his plans for other reasons than their own, for motives foreign to this strange honor. He may lay claim to their complete service, but never their entire soul. And if he tries to go beyond reason and throw himself into enterprises which exceed the legitimate power, he will be held back by the honor of his nobles, which will oppose his laws to his orders and make the latter rebels. That is how reason will reign in the state, as the powerlessness of two follies, and truth, as two contradictory falsities. We can tell from this trait whether honor does not as the principle in this government play the same part as the nobility and the intermediary bodies do as the nature. And whether honor, far from being a general passion, as virtue must be in a republic, is not the passion of any state, which may be contagious, as examples always are, but cannot be shared. Hidden away in a chapter on penal law we can read a short sentence to the effect that the peasant has no honor to lose, which makes him worthy to suffer bodily the punishments for his crimes. A great man is tortured in his honor, which is his soul. Shame thus taking the place of the weal. 7. For such is monarchy. A prince protected from his own excesses by privileged orders. Orders protected from the prince by their honor. A prince protected from the people and a people protected from the prince by these same orders. Everything depending on the nobility. A power moderated less by its pure essence or its attribution than by the fixed and established social conditions in which it is exercised, and which, as obstacle and means, give it the slowness and conciliation which are its entire rationale. Each individual pulling for himself, having his own absolute in his head, and the equilibrium emerging, as if unbeknownst to all, from these very contradictory excesses. The reason of monarchy may well be described as a contrariety of follies. And as it is clear that this order is the one Montesquieu prefers, its structure may cast light on certain of his choices, and especially the ideas he has of men and reason. For if he does possess a true enthusiasm for intelligent reason, he has no passion for ideal reason. Montesquieu occasionally says that the reasonable is not all of reason, and that to do well is not to do good. If he holds republican virtue so high, it is because he believes that it is always more or less angelic and out of human reach. If he prefers to it the conciliation of monarchy and honor, it is indeed because honor, in its roundabout way, is the shortcut to virtue, but above all because this shortcut is made via passion's bomb from the nature of a condition and not by the asceticism of a conversion. This reason he dreams of making supreme in the state is far rather the reason which acts behind men's backs and on them than the reason that lives in their consciousness, and by which they live. It is clear how monarchy naturally enters into that great law of history, already discovered, that it is not the consciousness of men that makes history. But it is also clear how such a general idea can serve such a particular cause. For of all the political unconsciousnesses, it is no mystery to say that Montesquieu knew how to choose the right one, monarchy. Montesquieu, Politics and History 75-3. Despotism in the order of Montesquieu's definitions. Despotism is the last of the governments. I hope to show that it is the first in his mind. Not according to his preference, which obviously goes to monarchy, but, what comes to the same thing, in his aversion. And that his object is to provide new arguments not only for choosing monarchy, but also for re-establishing it on its true foundations, by counterposing to it the spectacle of its downfall and bugbear. What is despotism? Unlike the republic and like monarchy, it is an existing government. It is the government of the Turks, of the Persians, of Japan, of China and of most Asian countries. The government of immense countries with a voracious climate. The location of the despotic regimes already suggests their excess. Despotism is the government of extreme lands, of extreme extents beneath the most ardent skies. It is the limit government, and already the limit of government. It is easy to guess that the example of real countries is only providing Montesquieu with a pretext. Apparently, at the time of the 1948 conference, Turkish listeners, on mention of the famous statement that despotism is the government of the Turks, uttered the most lively and most justifiable of protestations. 3 Emperor Lot has gravely related this incident. But without being a Turk, one can suspect the political exoticism of a man who never went beyond Venice and the frontiers of Austria, and only knew the Orient by accounts among which he knew precisely the ones to choose. By 1778, in an admirable work on legislation orientale, Anquetil du Perron was already opposing the real East to Montesquieu's Oriental myth. But once the geographical myth of despotism has been denounced, there remains an idea of despotism that no Turkish protestation can refute. If the Persian does not exist, where does a French gentilhomme, born under Louis IV, get the idea of him? 3. Emperor Lot, Montesquieu et les formes de gouvernement, in Russil Sari du bicentenaire de vie esprit des lois, pages 127. 76. Despotism is certainly a political idea, the idea of absolute evil, the idea of the very limits of politics as such. It is in fact insufficient to define despotism as the government in which a single person, with neither rules nor laws, directs everything by his own will and caprice. For this definition remains a superficial one so long as the concrete life of such a regime has not been represented. How indeed could a single person really direct by his own caprice the immense empire of lands and peoples subject to his decree? This is the paradox that must be illuminated to discover the meaning of the idea. The first feature of despotism is the fact that it is a political regime which has, so to speak, no structure. Neither legal, political nor social. Montesquieu repeats several times that despotism has no lamb, and by that we should understand first of all no fundamental laws. I know that Montesquieu cites one when he argues that the tyrant delegates all his power to the Grand Vizier, but this only has the appearance of a political law. In fact, it is simply a law of passion, a psychological law which betrays the bestiality of the tyrant and the divine surprise which reveals to him, in the depths of his laziness, like the Pope Montesquieu cites who resigned the administration of his states to his nephew, Ebed, that the government of men is the art of a child, it is enough to let a third party govern them. In its pretension, this false law, which illegitimately converts passion into politics, suggests that in despotism all politics can always be reduced entirely to passion. We still have no structure. I know that there is nonetheless in despotism a substitute for a fundamental law, religion. It is indeed the only authority which is above authority, and can, in some circumstances, moderate the excesses of the prince's cruelty and the subject's fear. But its essence, too, is passionate, since in despotism religion is itself despotic, it is fear added to fear. Hence neither in the vizierate nor in religion is there anything like an order of political and legal conditions transcending human passions. And in fact despotism knows no laws of succession. Nothing that designates tomorrow's despot to yesterday's Montesquieu. Politics and History 77 subjects. Not even the arbitrary decree of the despot, which can be reduced to nothing by a palace revolution, a harem conspiracy or a popular rising. Nor does it know political laws other than the one that governs the strange transmission of power, always absolute, which descends from the prince to the last family head in the land, via the first vizier, the governors, the bashaws, repeating imperturbably from one end of the kingdom to the other the logic of passion, laziness on the one hand, delight in domination on the other. Nor does it know any judiciary laws. The only code of the Qadi is his humor, the only procedure, his impatience. Hardly has he lent his ear to the parties than he decides, and distributes bastinadoes or chops off heads on the spot. Lastly, this strange regime does not even bother with that minimum of police that might regulate exchange and commerce. The society of needs is not even governed by the unconscious laws which constitute a market, an economic order transcending the practical life of men. No, the logic of the economy is the economy of logic, it reduces itself to the pure passions of men. The merchant himself lives from one day to the next for fear of losing tomorrow whatever surplus he might amass today, in his own way, like the American savage cited by Rousseau, who in the morning sells the bed he has just left, not thinking that there will be another night this evening. Without political or legal transcendence, that is, without past or future, despotism is the regime of the moment. This precariousness is, if I may say so, ensured by the disappearance of any social structure. In a democracy, the magistrates have a statute, and property and even relative wealth are guaranteed by the law. In a monarchy, the nobility and the clergy are protected by the recognition of their privileges. In a despotism, nothing distinguishes between men, it is the realm of extreme equality which lowers all subjects to the same uniformity. Here, says Montesquieu, all men are equal, not because they are everything, as in a democracy, but because they are nothing. It is the suppression of orders by a general leveling down. No hereditary order, no nobility, this sanguinary regime cannot tolerate greatness in blood, nor greatness in goods. The 78th tyrant cannot suffer the continuity of families that time enriches and the succession and effort of generations elevate in human society. Better, he cannot tolerate any of the greatnesses of establishment that he himself confers on certain of his subjects. For ultimately a vizier, governors, bashaws and cadis are needed. But this greatness is only occasional, taken back the moment it is conceded, almost evanescent. It is nothing the moment it has arrived. Every clerk may thus hold all the power of the despot, but his life is a postponed disgrace or assassination, that is all his freedom, that is all his security. It is as easy, says Montesquieu, to make of a prince a scullion, and of a scullion a prince. S.L. v. 19. The social distinctions that emerge from this egalitarian desert are no more than the appearance of a universal distinction. But even that body, so necessary to order or terror, the army, has no place in this regime. It would constitute too stable a body, and be too dangerous to the general instability. At most all that is needed is a guard of janissaries attached to the person of the prince, and which he sends out in lightning raids on someone's head, before locking it back up again in the night of the palace. nothing that distinguishes between men, nothing that resembles in the slightest the outline of a social hierarchy or a social career, the organization of a social world, in which, in advance of and for all the time of the existence and for the growth of the generations, avenues open into the future, in which one may be sure of being noble for life if one is so by birth, of becoming bourgeois in life if one has deserved it by one's industry. No more than it knows any political and legal structure and transcendence, does despotism know any social structure. This disposition gives a strange pace to the life of this regime. This government which reigns over vast spaces in some sense lacks any social space. This regime, which has lasted millennia in the Chinese example, is somehow stripped of all duration. Its social space and its political time are neutral and uniform. Space without places, time without duration. Kings, says Montesquieu, know the differences there are between provinces, and respect them. Despots not only do not know such differences, they Montesquieu, Politics and History 79 destroy them. They reign only over empty uniformity, over the void constituted by the uncertainty of tomorrow, abandoned lands and a commerce that expires at its birth, over deserts. And it is the desert itself that despotism establishes at its frontiers, burning lands, even its own, to isolate itself from the world, to protect itself from the contagions and invasions from which nothing else can save it. In fact, nothing that resists in the void, let a foreign army penetrate into the empire and nothing will stop it, neither strong point nor force, since there are none. It is thus necessary to weaken it before it ever reaches the frontier by opposing it with the first desert in which it will perish. The space of despotism is no more than the void. Thinking he is governing an empire, the despot reigns only over a desert. As for the time of despotism, it is the opposite of duration, the moment. Not only does despotism know no institutions, no orders and no families that last, but also its very own acts spurred out in a moment. The entire people is made in the image of the despot. The despot decides in a moment. Without reflecting, without comparing reasons, without weighing arguments, without mediums or limitations. For it takes time to reflect, and a certain idea of the future. But the despot has no more idea of the future than the merchant who profits in order to eat, and that is all. All his reflection comes down to deciding, and the legion of his precarious administrators repeat the same blind gesture to the end of the most remote province. What could they decide anyway? They are like judges without codes. They do not know the tyrant's reasons. He has none anyway. They have to decide. Hence they will follow his subcutaneous manner of willing. As subcutaneously as they will be disgraced or butchered. Sharing in every respect the condition of their master, who would only learn of his future from his death, if he were not dying. This logic of abstract immediacy, which contains extraordinary inklings of some of Hegel's critical themes, does nonetheless have a certain truth and content. For this regime that survives so to speak beneath the political and the social, restricted to the step below their generality and constancy, does at least live the lower life of this step. and this life is solely the life of immediate passion. Perhaps it has not been sufficiently realized that the famous passions that constitute the principles of the different governments are not all of the same essence. Honor, for example, is not a simple passion, or, if you prefer, is not a psychological passion. Honor is capricious like all passions, but its caprices are regulated. It has its laws and its code. It would not require much pressure to make Montesquieu admit that the essence of monarchy is a disobedience, but a regulated disobedience. Honor is thus a reflected passion, even in its own intransigence. However psychological, however immediate, honor is a passion highly educated by society, a cultivated passion, and, if the term can be suggested, a cultural and social passion. The same is true of the passion of the Republic. It too is a strange passion, one which has nothing immediate about it but sacrifices in man his own wishes to give him the general good as his object. Virtue is defined as the passion for the general. And Montesquieu obligingly shows us certain monks shifting to the generality of their order all the ardor of the particular passions they repress in themselves. Like honor, virtue thus has its code and its laws. Or rather it has its law, a single law, love of the fatherland. This passion for universality demands a universal education, the school of all life itself. Montesquieu answered the old Socratic question, can virtue educate itself? By saying, it must, and the whole destiny of virtue is precisely to be taught. The passion that sustains despotism knows not this duty. Fear, for since it must be called by its name, needs no education, and the latter is, in despotism, in some measure, needless. It is not a compound or educated passion, nor a social passion. It knows neither codes nor laws. It is a passion without a career before it, and with no title behind it, a passion in statu nascendi which nothing will ever divert from its birth. A momentary for. It is very remarkable that Montesquieu reserves fear, which Hobbes, the theorist of absolutism, found at the heart of all societies, to despotism alone. Montesquieu, Politics and History 81 Passion which only ever repeats itself. Among the political passions it is the only one which is not political, but psychological, because immediate. Nonetheless, this is the passion that constitutes the life of this strange regime. If the tyrant resigns the exercise of government out of laziness and boredom, that is because he refuses to be a public man. It is because he does not want to pretend to that order of considered impersonality which constitutes a statesman. By a movement of private whim or lassitude, which dresses up in the trappings of solemnity, he divests himself of the public personage and hands it over to a third party, as a king hands his cloak to a valet, in order to abandon himself to the delights of private passions. The despot is no more than his desires. Hence the harem. This abdication of the despot is the general form of the regime that renounces the order of the political in order to give itself up to the destiny of the passions alone. It is hardly surprising therefore to see the same patem repeated indefinitely in all the men making up the empire. The lowliest subject is a despot, at least over his wives, but also their prisoner, the prisoner of his passions. When he leaves his house, it is his desires that move him once more. This shows that in a despotism, the only desire that survives is a desire for the conveniences of life. 6 But this is not a desire followed through, it does not have the time to compose itself a future. Thus the passions of despotism overturn into one another. The spring of despotism could be said to be desire as much as fear. For they are for themselves their own inverses, without any future, like two men tied back to back with no space between them, riveted to the spot by their chains. And it is this model of passion that gives despotism its style. That absence of duration, those sudden, irretrievable movements are precisely the attributes of these momentary and immediate passions which fall back on themselves like stones children hope to throw to heaven. If it is true, as Marx said in a youthful image, that politics is the heaven of private men, despotism can be described as a world without a heaven. 5. SL, v. 17 and 18. VU, 4. Cf 9, 6. Despotism is the reign of private interest. And it is only too clear that what Montesquieu has been trying to represent in this picture of despotism is something quite different from the state in Oriental regimes. It is the abdication of politics itself. This value judgment explains its paradoxical character. In fact, despotism is always on the brink of being considered as a regime which does not exist but is the temptation and peril of the other regimes when corrupted. And yet as a regime which does exist, and can even be corrupted. Although corrupt in essence, it can never fall into anything but corruption itself. No doubt that is the fate of all reprobate extremes. It is convenient to represent them as real in order to inspire disgust. It takes many pictures of the devil to uphold virtue. But it is also important to give the extremity all the features of the impossible and of negativity, to show that it is not what it claims, and to destroy in it even the appearances of the good that would be lost if one lapsed into it. That is why the image of despotism is justified by the example of the regimes of the East, at a time when the latter impressed itself and was refuted as an idea. Let us therefore leave the Turks and the Chinese in peace, and focus on the positive image for which this danger is the bugbear. We have a sufficient number of texts and sufficiently categorical ones by Montesquieu and his contemporaries to suggest that despotism is only a geographical illusion because it is a historical illusion. It is absolute monarchy that is Montesquieu's target, or if not absolute monarchy in person, then at least the temptations to which it is prone. 6 As is well known, Montesquieu belonged by conviction to that right-wing oppositional party of feudal extraction which did not accept the political decline of its class and attacked the new political forms inaugurated since the 14th century for having supplanted the older ones. Fenelon, Boulainvilliers and Saint-Simon were of this party, which, until his death, set all its hopes on the Duc de Bourgogne, whom 6. Cf. the 37th Persian letter, a portrait of Louis XIV. Uzbek, he hath often been heard to say, that of all the governments in the world, that of the Turks, or of our august Sultan, pleased him best. So highly does he esteem the politics of the East. Montesquieu, Politics and History 83 Montesquieu made his hero 7. It is to this party that we owe the most famous of the doleances against the excesses of Louis XI's reign. The poverty of the peasantry, the horrors of war, the intrigues and usurpations of courtesans, these are the themes of its denunciations. All these famous texts acquired liberal overtones by their oppositional character, and I am afraid that they often feature in anthologies of Lalibert alongside those of Montesquieu himself, and not without a well-established appearance of correctness, for this opposition took a unique part in the struggle against the feudal power really, and whatever they may have said, embodied by the absolute monarchy. But the purposes which inspired them had about as much relation to liberty as the ultras' clamor against capitalist society under the Restoration and the July monarchy had with socialism. In denouncing despotism, Montesquieu is not defending against the politics of absolutism so much liberty in general as the particular liberties of the feudal class, its individual security, the conditions of its lasting survival and its pretensions to return in new organs of power to the place which had been robbed from it by history. No doubt despotism is a caricature, but its object is to terrify and to edify by its very horribleness. Here is a regime in which a single individual governs. In a palace he never leaves, prey to feminine passions and the intrigues of courtesans. A caricature of Versailles and the court. Here is a tyrant who governs through his grand vizier. A caricature of the minister-aide whom nothing, above all not his birth, entitles to that post save the prince's 7. The death of the last dauphin was a dreadful wound for the kingdom. Although all the diverse plans for his government were unknown, it is still certain that he had the grandest ideas in the world. It is certain that there was nothing in the world he hated so much as despotism. He wanted to restore all the various provinces of the kingdom their estates, like Breton and Languedoc. He proposed that there should be councils and that state secretaries should only be the secretaries of these councils. He proposed to reduce the costs of office, charges de la robe, to the necessary level. He proposed that the king have a kind of civil list as in England, for the upkeep of his house and court, and that in time of war this civil list should be taxed like other funds, for, he said, it is unjust that all the subjects should suffer from the war without the prince suffering too. He proposed that his court should have some morals. 8. The two worst citizens France has known, Richelieu and Louvois. 84 Favor. And even in the all-powerful governors dispatched to the provinces, can we fail to recognize the grotesque masks of the intendants charged with the king's omnipotence in their domains? How could we fail to suspect in the regime of caprice a forced caricature of the regime of bon plaisir, in the tyrant who is tout without saying it, a distorted echo of the prince who had already said it, even if it was not yet completely true? But a cause has to be judged by its effects. Once we see the respective situations of the great and the people in despotism, we will realize the dangers against which it was meant to be a forewarning. The paradox of despotism is to make such an effective attack on the great, whatever their extraction, and how could we fail to think of the nobility, the least revocable of the great? 9. That the people are in some sense spared. the despot has so much to do to defeat the great and destroy the threat of the rebirth of their condition, that the people, who know nothing of such things, are sheltered from this struggle unleashed over their heads. In a certain sense, despotism is the great brought down and the people tranquil in their passions and affairs. Sometimes, says Montesquieu, one sees torrents swollen by storms descend the mountain, ravaging all in their paths. But all around there are only green fields and grazing flocks. In the same way, despots sweep away the great, while the people, though poverty-stricken, know a kind of peace. I admit that this is only a tranquility, and indeed the tranquility that reigns in a besieged town, since it is in these terms that Montesquieu criticizes it, but who would not prefer it to the terror of the great, who live in the pallor of expected blows, if not death? When we come upon these passages, which Montesquieu almost seems to let slip, it is clear that inadvertence has nothing to do with it. It is in fact a warning which has also the meaning of a reminder. The lesson is clear: the great have everything to fear from despotism, from terror to destruction. The people, however miserable they may be, are protected. 9. As the instability of the great is natural to a despotic government, so their security is interwoven with the nature of monarchy. Montesquieu, Politics and History. $8 protected, but also just as threatening in their own way. For despotism presents a second privilege, that it is the regime of popular revolution. 10. No other government leaves the people to their passions alone, and God knows, the people are subject to them. These popular passions need the bridle of reflection, the notables elected in a republic, the intermediary bodies found in a monarchy. But in a despotism, in which passion reigns supreme, how are the people's instincts to be chained, in the absence of any order, legal or social, which they will accept? When passions dominate, the people, who are passion, always win in the end, even if only for a day. But this day is enough to destroy everything. Enough at any rate to overthrow the tyrant in the shocks of a revolution. All this is plain to read in Book V, Chapter N of the Spirit of Laws 11, and it is hard to avoid drawing a second lesson, this time not addressed to the great, but to the tyrants, or by extension to those modern monarchs tempted by despotism. This second lesson clearly signifies, despotism is the sure road to popular revolutions. Princes, avoid despotism if you would save your thrones from the people's violence. 10. SL. V. 11. CFI. 2. In a despotism everything leads to sudden and unforeseen revolutions. 11. SL. V. II. Monarchy has a great advantage over a despotic government, as it naturally requires there should be several orders or ranks of subjects. The state is more permanent, the constitution more steady, and the person of him who governs more secure. Cicero is of the opinion that the establishing of the tribunes preserved the republic. And, indeed, says he, the violence of a heedless people is more terrible. A chief, or head, is sensible that the affair depends upon himself, and therefore he thinks. But the people, in their impetuosity, are ignorant of the danger into which they hurry themselves. This reflection may be applied to a despotic government, which is a people without tribunes, and to a monarchy, where the people have some sort of tribunes. Accordingly, it is observable that, in the commotions of a despotic government, the people, hurried away by their passions, are apt to push things as far as they can go. The disorders they commit are all extreme. Whereas, in monarchies, matters are seldom carried to excess. The chiefs are apprehensive on their own account. They are afraid of being abandoned. And the intermediate dependent powers do not choose that the populace should have too much the upper hand. Thus all our histories are full of civil wars without revolutions, while the histories of despotic governments abound with revolutions without civil wars. Monarchs, who live under the fundamental laws of their country, are far happier than despotic princes, who have nothing to regulate either their own passions or those of their subjects. 86. These two lessons together constitute a third. If the prince ruthlessly fights the great will thereby lose their conditions of existence. But in doing so, the prince will have cleared the way for the people, who will turn against him, and nothing now protects him from their blows. He will thereby lose his crown and his youth. Hence let the prince understand that he needs the rampart provided by the great to defend his crown and his life against the people. That is the basis for a fine and completely reasonable alliance based on mutual advantage. All he has to do to secure his throne is to recognize the nobility. Such is despotism. An existing regime, certainly, but also and above all an existing threat which hangs over the other regime of the present day, monarchy. An existing regime, certainly, but also and above all a political lesson, a clear warning to a king tempted by absolute power. It is clear that despite its apparent detachment, the original list conceals a secret choice. Maybe there are three species of government. But one, the Republic, does not exist except in historical memory. We are left with monarchy and despotism. But despotism is no more than abusive, perverted monarchy. We are thus left with monarchy alone, a monarchy to be protected from its perils. So much for the present period. But, it will be said, what of the future? And what about the English Constitution which Montesquieu presents as an ideal in the famous 6th chapter of Book XI? Is it not a new model, superseding all the earlier lessons? I hope to prove that it is nothing of the kind, and that the logic of the theory of monarchy and despotism constitutes if not all the meanings, at least one important one, of the famous debate about the separation of powers. Chapter 5 The Myth of the Separation of Powers. This is a famous text. Who is not familiar with the theory according to which every good government rigorously distinguishes between the legislature, the executive and the judiciary? That it guarantees the independence of each of these powers in order to obtain from this separation the advantages of moderation, security and liberty? Such, according to this theory, is in fact the secret of Book XI, conceived later than the first 10, and inspired in Montesquieu by the revelation of England, where, during a stay in 1729-30, he discovered a radically new regime with no other object than liberty. Before Book's eye, Montesquieu presented a classical theory, distinguishing different political forms, describing their peculiar economies and dynamics. He then threw off the mask of the dispassionate historian, and even, if it is to be believed, that of the partisan gentilhomme, to give the public the ideal of a nation with two chambers, an assembly of the third estate, and elected judges. Thereby, for some, Montesquieu at last reached the sphere of the political as such, and demonstrated his genius in a theory of the balance of the powers, so well arranged that power is itself the limit of power, thus resolving once and for all the political problem, which is entirely a matter of the use and abuse of power. For others, the political problems of the future which are less those of monarchy in general than those of representative and parliamentary government. The temporal succession is in some sense the guarantee of this interpretation. Did not the age as a whole look to Montesquieu for arguments to weaken I? Prelot, Opsit, pages 123, I-29 FLF. 8. The monarchical order, to justify parliaments, and even for the convocation of the Estates General. Did not the American Constitution of the end of the century and the French Constitution of 1791 itself, not to speak of those of 1795 and 1848, consecrate Montesquieu's desired principles of the separation of powers in their arguments and dispositions? These two themes, the separation of powers, the balance of powers, are they not still current themes, still taken up and disputed in the very words established by Montesquieu? I hope to be able to argue that this is almost completely a historical illusion, and give reasons for it. In this vein, I should first like to make explicit all I owe the articles of the jurist Charles Eisenman to. I should like to repeat the essential points of these articles here before extending their conclusions. Eisenman's thesis is that Montesquieu's theory, and in particular the famous chapter on the Constitution of England, has produced a real myth, the myth of the separation of powers. A whole school of jurists arose, particularly at the end of the 19th and the beginning of the 20th century, which took advantage of a number of isolated formulations of Montesquieu's in order to impose on him a purely imaginary theoretical model. According to this model, Montesquieu's political ideal coincides with a regime in which this separation of powers is rigorously guaranteed. There should be three powers: the executive, the king, his ministers, the legislature, the lower and upper chambers, and the judiciary, the body of magistrates. Each power corresponds precisely to its own sphere, that is its own function, without any interference. Each power in each sphere is provided for by an organ rigorously distinct from the other organs. Not only can there be no encroachment of the executive onto the legislature or judiciary, or any reciprocal encroachment of the same kind, but also none of the parts constituting an organ can belong to any other organ. For example, not only can the executive not inter two. See in particular, Eisenman, l'esprit des lois et la séparation des pouvoirs, Mélanges Car de Malberg, Paris 1933, pp 163-92. La pensée constitutionnelle de Montesquieu, Recueil Syrie, Up. See it, pages 133-60. Montesquieu, politics and history 8 grams veen in the legislature by proposing laws or in the judiciary by pressure, etc. Not only can no minister be responsible to the legislature, but also no member of the legislature can, in his personal capacity, assume executive and judicial functions, that is, become a minister or a magistrate, etc. I leave aside the details of this logic, which is still alive in some people's minds. Eisenman's first audacity was to show that this famous theory quite simply does not exist in Montesquieu. A careful reading of his texts shows, in fact, 1. That the executive encroaches on the legislature, since the king has the power of veto. 2. That the legislature can to a certain extent exercise a right of inspection over the executive, since it checks on the application of the laws it has voted, and, without there being any question of ministerial responsibility to Parliament, can ask for accounts from the ministers 3-4-56. 3. That the legislature encroaches seriously on the judiciary, since, in 3 special circumstances, it sets itself up as a tribunal, in all matters, the nobles, whose dignity must be preserved from any contact with the prejudices of popular magistrates, will be judged by their peers in the upper chamber. Registered trademark in questions of amnesty and in questions of political trials, which are brought before the tribunal of the upper chamber on the impeachment of the lower chamber 7-3. The executive power has no other part in the legislative than the power of rejecting. 4. The legislative power has a right, and ought to have the means, of examining in what manner its laws have been executed. The ministers must give an account of their administration. 5. The great are always obnoxious to popular envy, and, were they to be judged by the people, they might be in danger from their judges, and would moreover be deprived of the privilege, which the meanest subject is possessed of in a free state, of being tried by his peers. The nobility, for this reason, ought not to be cited before the ordinary courts of the judicature, but before that part of the legislature which is compounded of their own body. 6. It is possible that the law might, in some cases, be too severe. That part of the legislative body, which we have just now observed to be a necessary tribunal on another occasion, is also a necessary tribunal in this. It belongs to its supreme authority to moderate the law in favor of the law itself. 7. It might also happen, that a subject, entrusted with the administration of 9-0, it is hard to see how such important interferences of powers as these can be reconciled with the claimed purity of their separation. Eisenman's second audacity was to show that in fact Montesquieu is not concerned about the separation, but about the combination, fusion and liaison of these powers. 8. The essential point of this proof consists first of being clear that the judicial power is not a power in the true sense of the word. This power is in some measure, next to nothing, says Montesquieu 9, and in fact, for him the judge is only a sight and a voice. It is a man whose only function is to read and speak the law. 10. This interpretation is disputable, but it must at least be admitted that in matters where the judge threatened to be more than an animated code, Montesquieu was careful to enact guarantees which are no longer legal but political. For example, look who judges the crimes and deliriums of the nobles and political cases. Once taken, these precautions which transfer any political effects the judiciary may have to more strictly political organs ensure that the rest of the judiciary really is next to nothing. We then confront two powers, the executive and the legislature. Two pouvoirs but three puissances, to use Montesquieu's own words. 11 These three public affairs may infringe the rights of the people. In general, the legislative power cannot try causes, and much less can it try this particular case, where it represents the party aggrieved, which is the people. It can only, therefore, impeach. But before what court shall it bring its impeachment? Must it go and demean itself before the ordinary tribunals, which are its inferiors, and, being composed moreover of men who are chosen from the people as well as itself, will naturally be swayed by the authority of so powerful an accuser? No, in order to preserve the dignity of the people and the security of the subject, the legislative part which represents the people must bring in its charge before the legislative part which represents the nobility, who have neither the same interests nor the same passions. 8. The legislative body being composed of two parts, they check one another. They are both restrained by the executive power, as the executive is by the legislative. The three powers are distributed and founded. 9. Of the three powers above mentioned, the judiciary is, in some sense, next to nothing. 10. The national judges are no more than the mouth that pronounces the words of the law, mere passive beings, incapable of moderating either its force or rigor. SL 11, 6. 11. Cf. the passage on Venice in SL X1, 6. Thus at Venice, the legislative power, pouvoir, is in the council, the executive in the pregati, and the judiciary in the querantia. But the mischief is, that these different tribunals are composed of magis. Montesquieu, politics and history. Gi puissances are the king, the upper chamber and the lower chamber, that is the king, the nobility and the people. Here Eisenman shows very convincingly that Montesquieu's true object is precisely the combination, the liaison of these three puissances. 12 That what is involved is above all a political problem of relations of forces, not a juridical problem concerning the definition of legality and its spheres. This casts light on the famous problem of moderate government. True moderation is neither the strict separation of powers, pouvoirs, nor a juridical concern and respect for legality. At Venice, for example, there are indeed three powers and three distinct organs, but the mischief is that these three organs are composed of magistrates all belonging to the same body, which constitutes almost one and the same puissance. SL Xi 6. Thus it is all very well to say that despotism is the regime in which a single person governs alone, without rules or laws, or that the despot appears in every prince or minister who goes beyond the law and abuses his power. At bottom, this is not what is at issue, for we are familiar with regimes in which despotism reigns even under the appearance of laws, and, says Montesquieu, that is the worst of tyrannies. 13 Moderation is something quite different. It is not mere respect for legality, it is the balance of powers, that is, the division of the pouvoirs among the puissances, and the limitation or moderation of the pretensions of one puissance by the pouvoir of the others. The famous separation of powers is thus no more than the calculated division of pouvoir between determinate puissances, the king, the nobility and the people. I think that my remarks on despotism make it possible to go beyond these pertinent conclusions. For this illumination itself poses a question: to whose advantage is the division made? If we traits all belonging to the same body, which constitutes almost one and the same power, puissance. 12. Eisenman, La Pensée constitutionnelle de Montesquieu, Opit. pp. I-54 ff 13. No tyranny can have a severer effect than that which is exercised under the appearance of laws, and with the plausible colors of justice, considerations. Ch. Ziv. 9-2 were satisfied at having revealed beneath the mythical exterior of the separation of powers the real operation of a division of power between different political forces. We would risk encouraging the illusion of a natural division, one that occurs of itself and answers to an obvious equity. We have moved from powers to puissances. The terms have changed. The problem remains the same: it is never more than a question of balance and division. This is the last myth I hope to be able to expose. We can illuminate the meaning of this division and its ulterior motives, given of course that Montesquieu is concerned with the combination of puissances and not with the separation of powers, by examining all the possible encroachments of one power on another and all the possible combinations of one power with another, in order to find which encroachments and combinations are absolutely excluded. I have found two, which are of prime importance. The first excluded combination is for the legislature to usurp the powers of the executive, which would immediately consummate the collapse of monarchy into popular despotism. 14 But the inverse is not the case. Montesquieu accepts that monarchy may survive and even retain its moderation, if the king controls not only the executive, but also the legislative power. 15 But let the people become the prince and all will be lost. The second excluded combination is more famous, but to my mind it has been treated as too obvious and for that reason not fully examined. It concerns the investment of the judiciary in the executive, the king. Montesquieu is strict: this arrangement is enough to bring about a collapse of monarchy into despotism. If the king himself judged, the constitution by such means would be 14. Should the legislative power, puissance, usurp a share of the executive, the latter would be undone. If there were no monarch, and the executive power, puissance, should be committed to a certain number of persons, selected from the legislative body, there would be an end of liberty. Ibid. 15. In modern monarchies, the prince is invested with the executive and legislative powers puissances, or, at least, with a part of the legislative, but does not act in a judiciary capacity. Most kingdoms in Europe enjoy a moderate government, because the prince, who is invested with the two first powers pouvoirs, leaves the third to his subjects. SL, XI, 6. Montesquieu, Politics and History 93 subverted, and the dependent intermediate powers annihilated, and the example he cites in the following pages is that of Louis XIII, who wanted to judge a gentleman himself. Ibid. If we compare this exclusion and the arguments for it, that if the king judges, the intermediate bodies are annihilated, on the one hand with the arrangement that only calls noblemen before a tribunal of their peers, and on the other with the misfortunes the despot reserves primarily for the great, we can see that this special clause depriving the king of judiciary power is important above all for the protection of the nobility against the political and legal arbitration of the prince, and that once again the despotism Montesquieu threatens us with designates a policy directed quite precisely against the nobility first of all. If we now return to the famous balance of the puissances, we can, I think, propose an answer to the question, to whose advantage does the division work? If we stop considering the forces invoked in Montesquieu's combination and look at the really existing forces of his day, we have to state that the nobility gains two considerable advantages from his project. As a class, it becomes directly a political force recognized in the upper chamber. Also, by the clause which excludes royal power from the exercise of judgment, and also by that other clause which reserves this power to the upper chamber, where the nobility is concerned, it becomes a class whose members' prospects, social position, privileges and distinctions are guaranteed against the undertakings of either the king or the people. As a result, in their lives, their families and their wealth, the nobility are safe both from the king and from the people. How better to guarantee the conditions for the permanent survival of a decadent class, whose ancient prerogatives are being torn from it and disputed by history? The counterpart to these assurances is another assurance, but this time one for the king's benefit. The assurance that the monarch will be protected by the social and political rampart of the nobility against popular revolutions. The assurance that he will not find himself in the situation of the despot, abandoned and alone face to face with his people and his passions. If he is prepared to learn 94 the lesson of despotism, the king will realize that his future is well worth a nobility. Not only will this nobility serve as a counterweight to the people, since, with a representation out of proportion to the numbers and interests of the masses, it will balance the representation of the people in the legislature, but also by its existence, its privileges, its luster and its luxury, even by its generosity. This nobility will teach the people in concrete daily life that greatness is respect-worthy, that there is a structure to the state, that it is far from the passion for power, that in the moderate space of a monarchy the distance of social conditions and the duration of political action are long-winded, in short, the wherewithal to discourage forever any idea of subversion. I see nothing in any of this which distances it from the basic aspirations of the theoretician of monarchy and despotism. The regime of the future 16 is, indeed, in many ways different from the monarchies of the Europe of the time. The latter still have the feel of their origins and their rudimentary constitutions are still primitive. They are poorly armed to fight the danger of despotism which threatens them and to resolve the complex problems of the modern world. But they can be said to contain in them, in their political and social structure, everything needed to satisfy this exigency. The representation of the people itself, which seems to contradict all his past positions, and has led some people to believe that Montesquieu was a Republican at heart and on the side of the Third Estate, is in the spirit of monarchy. Read Chapter 8 of Book XI, whose 6th chapter was precisely the one with the discussion of the English Constitution, and it will be clear that the principle of the representatives of a nation in a monarchy, a principle entirely foreign to antiquity, belongs to the very origins of Gothic government, the best species of constitution that could possibly be imagined by man. S.L. Zi. 8. That is why Montesquieu can say of the government which seems to look forward to the future, that the English found it in the woods of their past. I6. Prelot, Op. dt., pages 123. Montesquieu, Politics and History 95. Thus the analysis of the English Constitution leads essentially to the same point as the examination of monarchy and despotism. To the same point as certain of the reasons behind the theoretical principles of the opponent of the theorists of the social contract, to Montesquieu's political choice. This political choice may be masked for two reasons. First, Montesquieu's mode of reflection, the juridical purity and abstraction of his political analyses. I think that my more careful examination has shown that Montesquieu's juridicalism itself in its own way expresses his party pris. But this choice may also be concealed by history, by the history that separates us from Montesquieu, and the history that Montesquieu himself lived. To understand this choice properly, it must be grasped in itself and in the history Montesquieu lived, in the history which he thought he was living, whereas it too was also acting on him behind his back. Chapter 6 Montesquieu's parti pris. We have now certainly made some progress from the separation of powers to the equilibrium of the puissances dividing up the power, and from this apparent equilibrium to the scheme to re-establish and consecrate one among these puissances, the nobility. But we are still within Montesquieu. In this examination we have managed to move from the forestage to backstage, from our author's apparent reasons to his real reasons. But in doing so we have adopted his reasons and accepted the division of roles he proposed for us without adapting them in any way. Take Eisenman, for example. He has a notion that the problem is not juridical, but political and social. But when it comes to listing the social forces present, he rediscovers Montesquieu's own three forces: king, nobility, bourgeoisie, and goes no further. Moreover, this tripartition is not Montesquieu's alone, it is the tripartition of the whole epoch, of Voltaire, Helvetius, Diderot and Condorcet, and of a long tradition lasting well into the 19th century and perhaps still not quite dead even today. This conviction is so manifest, this obviousness so general, that none of the parties in the 18th century, even up to the beginning of the Revolution, ever thought of revoking it. Should we therefore accept it absolutely? Can we go so straightforwardly into the categories of Montesquieu and his age and decide without argument that he very accurately distinguished the puissances, not in their combination, but in their definition, and separated them according to their natural articulations? What I mean is that we should pose ourselves a very simple question, but one which may turn everything upside down. Do Montesquieu, Politics and History 97, the categories in which the men of the 18th century thought the history they were living answer to the historical reality? In particular, is the clear distinction between the three puissances a well-founded one? Is the king really a puissance in the same sense as the nobility and the bourgeoisie? Is the king an autonomous puissance of his own, sufficiently distinct from the others not in person or powers, but in role and function, that he can really be put in the balance with the others, be circumvented and compacted with the bourgeoisie itself, those notables of profession, law, robe, trade and finance. Is it to that extent and in that epoch the opponent of the nobility and its opposite already detectable in the lower chamber? Montesquieu concedes it, its first theoretical victory in a campaign which was to triumph in the Revolution. To ask these questions is to call back into doubt the very convictions of the men of the 18th century and to raise the difficult problem of the nature of absolute monarchy on the one hand, of the bourgeoisie on the other, in the historical period in which Montesquieu lived, and which he thinks. Now we have to admit that one idea dominated all the political literature of the 18th century, the idea that absolute monarchy was set up against the nobility, and that the king relied on the commoners to balance the power of his feudal opponents and reduce them to his mercy. The great dispute between the Romanists and the Germanists about the origins of feudalism and absolute monarchy unfolded against the background of this general conviction. Its echo can be found in many passages in the Spirit of Laws 1 and in its last 3 books, which are hardly ever read but are devoted entirely to it, and should be read to see on which side Montesquieu really ranged himself. On the one hand the Germanists, Saint Simon, Boulainvilliers and Montesquieu, the last better informed and more nuanced, but just as firm, nostalgically evoke the age of primitive monarchy, a king elected by the nobles and a peer among his peers, as it was originally in the forests of Germany. Counterposing it to monarchy become I. SL, VI, 18. X, 3. XI, 7 and 9. 14, 1, 4. 17, 5. 18, 2, 2. Etc. 9, 8. Absolute, a king fighting with and sacrificing the great to take his clerks and his allies from the commoners. On the other hand the absolutist party, bourgeois in inspiration, the Romanists, the Abbé Dubos, that author of A Conspiracy Against the Nobility SL, XXX, IO, and target of the last books of the Spirit of Laws, and the encyclopedists, celebrate either in Louis XIV or in the enlightened despot the ideal of a prince who is wise enough to prefer the merits and titles of the hard-working bourgeoisie to the outdated pretensions of the feudal lords. These parties are incompatible, but the argument is the same. But we are justified in asking whether this basic conflict opposing the king to the nobility and this supposed alliance between absolute monarchy and the bourgeoisie against the feudal lords does not mask the true relation of forces. We should not conceal from ourselves the fact that contemporaries of the time lived their history while thinking it, and that their thought, still groping for scientific criteria, lacked that necessary distance which enables thought to become the critique of life. Thinking a history whose deeper springs escaped them, it was easy for them to limit their thought to the immediate categories of their historical life, most often taking political intentions for reality itself, and superficial conflicts for the basis of things. History and the perceived world are not so very different. Everyone can immediately and obviously see in history forms, structures, groups of men, tendencies and conflicts. It is to this obviousness that Montesquieu appeals in his famous statement, "There are 3 species of government." In order to discover their nature, it is sufficient to recollect the idea of them had by the least educated of men, SL, N, I. It is this kind of obviousness which makes visible the omnipotence of a king, nobles slaves to a court or reduced to a minimal political portion on their lands, omnipotent and mischievous intendants, upstart commoners. It is enough to have one's eyes open to see these facts, as it is enough to cf. SL, XXXI, 2I, Louis the Debonair, as he had no longer any confidence in the nobility, he promoted mean people, turning the nobles out of their employments at court to make room for strangers and upstarts. Montesquieu, Politics and History 99. To have one's eyes open to the world to perceive immediately forms, objects, groups and movements, this obviousness, which does without knowledge, can nonetheless lay claim to it and think that it understands what it only perceives. But the elements at least of a science are really needed to understand the deeper nature of these obviousnesses, to distinguish between the profound structures and conflicts on the one hand and the superficial ones on the other, and between the real motions and the apparent motions. Without a critique of the immediate concepts in which every epoch thinks the history it fives, we shall remain on the threshold of a true knowledge of history and a prisoner of the illusions it produces in the men who five it. I believe that in order to cast light on the ideological problems of this period, it is helpful precisely to draw on the recent achievements of historical research, and to re-examine the received notions of absolute monarchy, of its alliance with the bourgeoisie and of the nature of that bourgeoisie itself. I must content myself with very brief indications. However, I do want to say that it seems more or less certain today that the gravest danger confronting the historian of the 17th and even of the 18th century, at least of its first half, is to project onto the bourgeoisie of this period the image of the later bourgeoisie which made the revolution, and of the bourgeoisie which emerged from the revolution. The true modern bourgeoisie, which transformed the previous economic and social order from top to bottom, is the industrial bourgeoisie, with its mass production economy, concentrating entirely on profits subsequently reinvested in production. But in its generality this bourgeoisie was unknown to the 18th century. The bourgeoisie of that period was quite different. In its most advanced elements it was essentially dependent on the mercantile economy. The fact that the industrial economy emerged at a given moment from an accumulation in which the mercantile economy constituted a moment too often gives rise to the conclusion that the mercantile economy was foreign to feudal society in principle. Nothing is more doubtful. Once we know in what sense this 100 mercantile economy then acted, we see that it was a fairly well integrated part of the feudal system itself. Mercantilism is precisely the politics and theory of this integration. All the economic activity which then seemed to constitute the vanguard, commerce, manufactures, was indeed concentrated on the state apparatus. Subordinate to its profits and to its needs, 8 manufactures were founded above all to provide the court with luxury goods, the troops with arms and the royal commerce with materials for exports, the profits from which returned to the treasury. The great navigation companies were created first and foremost to bring into the country, and always more or less to the advantage of the royal administration, spices and precious metals from overseas. In its structure, the economic cycle of this period is thus orientated towards the state apparatus as its goal. and the counterpart to this orientation is the fact that the bourgeois who at one moment or another give life to these economic operations have no other economic or individual horizon than the feudal order that this state apparatus serves. On becoming rich, the merchant does not, with a few rare exceptions, invest his gains in private production, but in lands, which he buys for their title and for an entry into the nobility. In offices that are functions of the administration, which he buys so as to enjoy their revenue as a kind of rent. And in state loans, which guarantee him large profits. The aim of the bourgeois enriched by trade thus consists of directly entering the society of the nobility, by the purchase of lands or the refurbishing of a family whose daughter he marries, or of directly entering the state apparatus by the gown and offices, or of sharing in the profits of the state apparatus via rents. This is what gives this upstart bourgeoisie such a peculiar situation in the feudal state. It takes its place inside the nobility more than it fights it, and with these pretensions to enter the order it seems to be fighting, it supports it as much as it undermines it. The whole cycle of its economic activity and of the careers of its members. 3. The laws in a monarchy ought to favor all kinds of commerce consistent with the Constitution, to the end that the subjects may, without ruining themselves, be able to satisfy the continual cravings of the prince and his court. Montesquieu, Politics and History thus remains inscribed in the limits and structures of the feudal state. Once established, this point obviously overthrows both the classical schema of the alliance between the absolute monarchy and the bourgeoisie, and the received notion of absolute monarchy. It is therefore necessary to ask what is the nature and function of absolute monarchy, even in the conflicts which at this time oppose it to the nobility. Up to the present, two answers have been given to this question. Both abandon the idea of the king, in the grotesque caricature of the despot, as the sworn enemy of the feudal lords, replacing it by the idea that the fundamental conflict of this period did not oppose the king to the feudal lords, but the feudal lords to the rising bourgeoisie, to the people. But the agreement goes no further. For the first interpretation sees in this conflict the origin and opportunity of absolute monarchy. The confrontation and involuntary equilibrium of two antagonistic classes, each powerless to triumph over the other, and the peril in which their struggle put the entire society, gave the king the opportunity to raise himself above them as the arbiter in their rivalry, and to draw all his strength from each of their powers opposed or threatened by the power of the other. For it is this exceptional situation which explains how the king could play one class off against the other and sustain the hopes of each at the very moment he was playing the other's game. This explains why all parties in the 18th century fought over the king, both those who wanted to see him turn back towards the origin of his institutions, and restore the nobility to its rights, and those who expected his enlightenment would give the victory to bourgeois reason against privilege and arbitrariness. The fund of ideas common to both right-wing see even in Marx a passage on Montesquieu which still inclines towards this interpretation. For instance, in an age and in a country where royal power, aristocracy and bourgeoisie are contending for mastery and where, therefore, mastery is shared, the doctrine of the separation of powers proves to be the dominant idea and is expressed as an eternal law. J2, feudal, and left-wing, bourgeois, combatants related not to dominant and shared illusions, but to the reality of an absolute monarch who, thanks to an irresoluble balance of forces, has become the real arbiter between the two opposed classes. But this interpretation has the weakness that it lapses into an idea of the bourgeoisie which, as I believe I have indicated, does not correspond to the reality. Much more illuminating is the second answer, which has acquired additional authority from Porchnev's recent studies on the Fronde and popular revolts in France in the 17th and 18th centuries. 6. In this view, the thesis of the king as arbiter between two equally strong and equally powerless opposed classes is based both on an anachronism and on a mythical notion of the nature of the state. The anachronism, as I have shown, is to lend the bourgeoisie of absolute monarchy the traits of the later bourgeoisie, in order to think it even in this epoch as a class radically antagonistic to the feudal class. We know all about this. The mythical notion of the nature of the state is to imagine that a political power can be established and exercised outside classes and over them, even in the general interests of society. This dual critique leads to the following perspective: absolute monarchy is not the end, nor is its aim the end, of the regime of feudal exploitation. On the contrary, in the period under consideration it is its indispensable political apparatus. What changes with the appearance of absolute monarchy is not the regime of feudal exploitation, it is the form of its political domination. The primitive monarchy celebrated by the Germanists, the personal political privileges of feudal lords enjoying an independence that made them the king's peers, has merely given way to a centralized, dominant and absolute monarchy. This political transformation was a response to changes in the conditions of economic activity which occurred inside the feudal regime itself, and in particular to the development of the mercantile economy, the first appearance of a national market, etc. In the period under consideration, these modifications do not make any inroads into feudal exploitation. 5. Sec. Bibliography. Montesquieu, Politics and History 103 itself. And the political regime of absolute monarchy is merely the new political form required to maintain feudal domination and exploitation in a period of the development of the mercantile economy. It is hardly surprising that the advent of absolute monarchy, centralization and its epiphenomena, and even that gilded political internment camp, Versailles, had the appearances of a usurpation, an injustice and a violence directed at their class in the eyes of the individual feudal lords, stripped, even by force, of their ancient personal political prerogatives. But it is impossible not to reckon this precisely a fixed idea of theirs which masked the real from them, and a true historical misunderstanding which made them confuse these ancient personal political prerogatives with the general interests of their class. For it is only too clear that the king of absolute monarchy represented the general interests of the feudal class up to and including against the protestations of the individual feudal lords with their old-fashioned nostalgia and blindness. And if the king was an arbiter, he was not the arbiter in the conflict between the nobility and the bourgeoisie, but in conflicts within the feudal class, which he resolved in its interest. When he decided, it was, in general, never for anything but to guarantee the future of that class and of its domination, even against some of its members. But here another puissance intervenes, one which Montesquieu does not introduce into the division of power, another puissance than those that won the honors of political theory, the puissance of the masses of the people who were precisely the victims of the feudal exploitation which it was the function of the state apparatus and absolute monarchy to maintain and perpetuate. Porshnev has partly restated and partly discovered this aspect of the problem, showing that the fundamental antagonism at that time did not counterpose the absolute monarchy to the feudal lords, nor the nobility to a bourgeoisie which was for the most part integrated into the regime of feudal exploitation and profited by it, but the feudal regime itself to the masses subject to its exploitation. This fundamental conflict does not stand out like the secondary conflicts, nor does it have their theoreticians. And it does not take the 104 same forms. Between the king, the nobility and the bourgeoisie all was decided by a constant conflict of a political and ideological kind. Between the masses of the exploited, peasants subject to feudal rights, small craftsmen, shopkeepers, minor professions in the towns, on the one hand, and the feudal order and its political power on the other, it was hardly a question of theoretical disputes but rather a matter of silence or violence. It was a struggle between power and poverty, most often settled by submission and for brief periods by riots and arms. Now these starvation rebellions were very frequent in town and country throughout the 17th century in France, which had not only the peasants' wars and jacqueries of 16th century Germany, but also urban riots. These risings were ruthlessly suppressed. Now we can see what the king, the absolute power, and the state apparatus were for, and what side the famous puissances which occupied the forestage were on. Until certain journeys revolutionaries of the revolution, the first that achieved a victory, and brought a certain disorder both to theories and powers. The privilege of this fourth puissance, which so concerned the thoughts of the other three, was to be, so to speak, not represented in the political literature of the period. Not until the appearance of a poor priest from Champagne, like Meslier, whose testament Voltaire carefully purged of all its political sting, and then Rousseau, did this people, this common people, bas peuple, enter as a puissance, first into pamphlets, and finally into the concepts of political theory. Before this it had only an elusive existence theoretically, as it does in Montesquieu himself, who is so careful strictly to distinguish the notables from it. As it does for Voltaire and most of the encyclopedists. But this fourth puissance, this subject of non-knowledge, passion and violence, nevertheless haunts the alliances of the other three as a memory does its loss, by its censorship. The reason why this puissance is absent from the contracts that concern it is that the reason for these contracts was to make it absent, or, what is the same thing, to consecrate its slavery. It seems to me that if we bear in mind this real nature of the Montesquieu, politics and history 105 forces invoked by Montesquieu, the king, the nobility, the bourgeoisie and the common people, some light will be cast on our general interpretation of his political choice and influence. This real analysis enables us to evade the appearances of retrospective history, and in particular the illusion of believing Montesquieu to be the herald, even the disguised herald, of the cause of the bourgeoisie which was to triumph under the revolution. It is clear what the famous lower chamber, already so well framed in the project of an English-style constitution, 6 represents, the share offered to a bourgeoisie which was seeking its place in the feudal order and, finding it there, hardly dreamt of threatening that order any further. This perspective also enables us to judge at their real historical value the liberal reforms for which Montesquieu set himself up as spokesman, the reform of penal legislation, the critique of war, etc. They were so little related to the future triumphs of the bourgeoisie that the very same Montesquieu who reckoned torture inhuman intended that the nobles should have their own class tribunal in every matter, the upper chamber. What has made it look as if Montesquieu belonged to the party of the bourgeoisie seems to me rather to have been conceived by him partly as common-sense proposals in which he had the public courage of his convictions, partly as a rather skillful way precisely of bringing the bourgeoisie round to his cause and swelling the feudal opposition with the contribution of the discontents of this bourgeoisie, which presupposes, if not a clear vision, at least a fairly real sense of the objectives of this bourgeoisie. But this analysis also enables us to understand the paradox of 6. England is at present the freest country there is in the world, but if the lower house gains the upper hand, its power would be unlimited and dangerous. Instead, at present unlimited power is invested in the king and parliament, and the executive power, puissance, in the king, whose power is limited. Cf. also the instructive example of primitive monarchies. The people there were the legislative puissance, SL, XI, II. But as soon as the people got the legislative power into their hands, they might, as they everywhere did, upon the very least caprice, subvert the regal authority, ebid. That is because, in these monarchies of heroic Greece, there was not yet any body of nobles. The representation of the people, even by notables, was thus not balanced within the legislature by the representation of the nobility of 6 Montesquieu's posterity. For this right-wing opponent served all the left-wing opponents for the rest of the century, before providing weapons in future history for all reactionaries. Of course, in the most acute period of the Revolution, Montesquieu disappeared. Robespierre speaks very harshly of the division of powers. We can hear the disciple of Rousseau confronting a situation in which theories could be judged. But it remains the case that the whole pre-revolutionary period was acted out very largely in terms of Montesquieu's themes, and this feudal enemy of despotism became the hero of all the opponents of the established order. By a unique historical volte-face, a man who looked towards the past seemed to open the door to the future. I believe that this paradox pertains above all to the anachronistic character of Montesquieu's position. It is because he pleaded the cause of an outdated order that he set himself up as an opponent of a political order which others were to make outdated. With due allowance, his thought is like the revolt of the nobility which preceded the revolution, and which Matthias argues precipitated it. Montesquieu himself merely wanted to re-establish a threatened nobility in its outdated rights. But he thought the threat came from the king. In fact, taking sides against the king's absolute power, he lent his hand to the undermining of the state apparatus which was the nobility's only rampart. His contemporaries made no mistake about this when, like Helvetius, they reckoned him too feudal, 7 and yet they conscripted him in their battles. What does it matter where the blows come from so long as they strike the same point? And if it is true that this revolutionary posterity of Montesquieu's is a misunderstanding, that misunderstanding must nonetheless be given its due. It was merely the truth of an earlier misunderstanding, the misunderstanding that had projected Montesquieu into right-wing opposition at a time when it no longer had any meaning. 7. Reflections Morales, CXLVE. Cf. also his letters to Montesquieu and Sorin. Conclusion. And if I should close by returning to my first words, let me say of this man who set out alone and truly discovered the new lands of history, that nevertheless his own notion was always to return home. The conquered land he salutes on his last page, as I pretended to forget, was the land of return. Such a long route to come back home. To old-fashioned ideas after so many new ideas. To the past after so much future. As if this traveler, having set out for distant lands, and spent many years in the unknown, believed on returning home that time had stood still. But he had broken the trail. Bibliography works by Montesquieu in French and English, Oeuvres complètes, 2 vols, ed. Roger Kayla, Plié-Edin, Paris, I 949-51 de Resprit des Lois, ed. G. T. Roussy, C. La Six Gmeir, Paris, 1964. The Spirit of Laws, translated by T. H. Nugent, revised by J. V. Pritchard, Encyclopaedia Britannica, Chicago, 1952. Letters Persanes, ed. Jacques Roger, Garnier Flammarion, Paris, 1964. Persian Letters, translated by C. J. Betts, Penguin Classics, Harmondsworth, 1973. Considerations sur les causes de la grandeur des Romains et de leur décadence, ed. Erard, Garnier Flammarion, Paris, 1969. Considerations on the causes of the greatness of the Romans and their decline, translated with notes and introduction by D. Avid Lowenthal, C. Ollier MACM Illin, New York and L. Ondon, 1965. Works on Montesquieu, individual authors H. Henry Barkhausen, Montesquieu, Cécides et ses œuvres d'après les papiers de la Bride. Pierre-François Barrère, Un grand provincial, Charles Louis de Secondat, Baron de la Bride et de Montesquieu. Élie Carcassonne, Montesquieu et le problème de la Constitution française au XVIIe siècle. Ernst Cassirer, The Philosophy of the Enlightenment, translated by Fritz C. A. Kaolin and James P. Pettigrove. Sergio Cotta, Montesquieu y la science de la société. Joseph D. Edu, Montesquieu et la tradition politique anglaise en France. Les sources anglaises de vie esprit des lois. Montesquieu, Politics and History IOD in Odlbo, Montesquieu, Le Domini Politici Juridisch im Alterkheim, Montesquieu and Rousseau, Forerunners of Sociology, translated by R. M. Anheim. Charles Eissenman, L'Esprit des Lois et la Séparation des Pouvoirs, Mélanges Arcard de Malberg, pages 163-92. Bernhard G. Rothuysen, Montesquieu, Introduction to a Selection of Texts in the collection